Okay. Got my audio feed, got y'all's audio feed. So, one of you say something.
Words.
Weird. I swear, Streamlabs is so janky sometimes.
I don't use it.
Sometimes I can get my audio, like you guys' voices, to go through one channel and all the other computer noise to go through another channel, and then sometimes it all just refuses and goes through one.
OBS is far superior.
Yeah, it probably is, but I've already got myself set up on Streamlabs and I don't want to deal with moving over.
Yeah, I downloaded a plugin on OBS that does all of that for me. I just isolate the audio streams.
God.
And then I have it to where my music doesn't get recorded on the Twitch feed. So it doesn't mute my audio on Twitch.
Oh my god, I'm so jealous. That's so fun.
Probably could do that in. You probably could do that in Streamlabs.
There's probably a way. I believe it.
We'll look at it at another night.
Yeah. So, is everybody here that is currently in the call?
Yeah?
Oh god. He's in the tunnel. No! Don't go down the tunnel.
Oh no.
Don't go towards the light! We talked about this.
You can't keep dying on us
You
like
can't
this.
keep getting away with this! I wanna die! Come on!
You can't keep getting away with this.
I dead ass looked my supervisor in the face last night. This is how much how good of a relationship I have with my supervisor, and told him, because he was bullying me, because last night he calls me and he goes, "Hey, you're gonna have somebody with you, and I don't know if you like them or not, so good luck." And I'm like, up in my head all of a sudden, because I'm like, who the hell did this man put me with? Because I'm already having a bad day. Like, I'm already having an extremely bad night. How are you gonna make this work? So I'm literally sitting in my Jeep in the parking lot, building up my courage, trying not to like break down crying in the Jeep, when out of nowhere, here comes this figure, walks up, knocks on my window. It's this motherfucker. It was my supervisor. He was the one working with me. He deadass knows he's my favorite person to work with. He was just bullying me. So he walks in and he was like, "Who'd you think I was gonna put you with?" And he said one of the names of the people that I refused to work with, and I was like, boy, when I tell you that I am as close to suicidal as you can be without being a threat to yourself, and he just busted out laughing. I was like, yeah, yep. You're one of the only people I can like say that to on this campus without getting in trouble.
God.
Okay, so if everybody is here, we're gonna get started. And y'all know what I am going to ask you. The first recap of the Russia arc. Who wants to do it? You can all do it at once if you want to. I don't care. You can all chip in. Seems to be the best when you do that anyway.
I remember pretty much everything if I need to, but I'll let someone else go if they'd prefer.
Whoever wants it, take it away.
My only contribution is opened vodka bottle.
I really
forbidden-
thought that you were going to say the statues have eyes.
God.
No,
I
I'm
mean-
waiting to use that one.
Ugh.
I'm gonna be a minute. I just poured hot wax on my foot.
What the hell are you
Oh.
doing? Did you try and drink out of a candle?
Can't just drink
I
candles,
got
man.
I got a stick candle, but I can't get it to light, so I had to get oxygen back up in there, and I tipped it over, get all the crap out of it, and it just like leaked all over my foot. So I have hot wax on my foot.
You know, some
Uh.
people are into that shit. Apparently,
Yeah.
he's not one of them.
God.
Once I get past the searing pain and the smell of burnt flesh, I'll be okay.
Alright, that's fair. That's fair. Some people are into that, that's all I'm saying.
So, getting on to, getting back on the subject, we jumped out of an airplane
Uh-huh.
with minimal training, and almost everybody made it, except Liam broke his leg. Which led to us having to find him and help him out. And we began trying to head towards, so I believe it was the two people who started scouting were trying to remember everyone who climbed up into the trees. I believe Solon and Pidge?
Yep.
Yeah.
Instead of
So-
time, she used her gadget.
Right, yeah. Pidge has a drone, and Pidge used that to scout, and Solon also scouted, and they managed to locate the direction of the town, and also a creepy church off in the distance. And we headed towards the creepy church. And the church was completely abandoned, at least we thought it was. And full of statues. And we began searching the church. Xavier and Pidge went down into the basement while the rest of the party went into the main. I don't even know what it's called in a church. The main, like, hall.
I think that's chapel.
Yeah, the chapel. And so Xavier and Pidge found the forbidden alcohol. Like, several 100-year-old poorly bottled alcohol. And Xavier really wanted to drink it. Which was a horrible idea.
By the
Unfortunately,
way, I think.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm throwing this into general. This is the appearance of the Garuda, just very small, almost watch-like.
yeah, so Pigeon Xavier raided the basement while the rest of the party was searching the inside of the chapel. And the chapel was littered with dead animals. All of them having been afflicted by what we're soon to discover is the horrible murderous bugs that are plaguing the land. And as we continued searching, we discovered that there was a living animal hiding inside of the pedestal in the center of the room. And this animal informed us that the statues were in fact alive and also dangerous.
Just as a
And
side bit for that. throughout the session up to that point, we've been getting little hints like the eyes follow you, and you hear a grinding sound and then suddenly stopping.
Which, by the way,
As you
I was texting to everybody. I was
Yeah,
not
I
saying
didn't get
any of
any
this
of that, by
out
the
loud.
way. I got none of that.
Yeah, some people got
Oh.
none of those. It just depended on your perception rolls, which was hilarious to me.
Which I called what they were like literally 2 minutes in
Yeah,
and just
Yeah.
you'll
didn't
do.
say anything.
Yeah, we figured it out almost immediately. And then Apollyon, immediately after hearing this, because he's the only one who can speak with animals, he turns around and just tells Pridwin to punch the fucking statue. And so Pridwin walks up and he punches the head off one of the statues. And the statues are full of feathers. And they immediately start moving. So we get into a fight with a bunch of statues. There was an angel, 2 soldiers, and a knight.
Which ended up hurting each other, which killed me
Yeah.
inside a lot because they were rolling so bad.
Yeah, they kept hitting each other, and then eventually they just got fed up and started killing each other.
Just didn't have the energy to use it.
And then
Thank
Pridwin
God, because
summoned.
that would have just showed everyone our location.
Yeah, on God. Yeah,
Oh,
that would have
yeah.
been a horrible idea. Which I reminded you.
And then Pridwin summoned Dante, and after the fight, Dante saw Pridwin and Lunala together, and I guess he didn't get the memo from the rest of the family because he was horrified. And then he vanished. And Pridwin did his best to heal. So the animal that was inside of the pedestal was a red panda who had gone here with her brother. And these 2 are the kids of. Why am I forgetting her name?
Echo.
Echo. Who was the teacher that we orchestrated this whole plan with. And the brother was fatally wounded and had been dead for a while.
So
And
you're forgetting
Pridwin...
who the dad was, by the way.
Oh yeah, Squirrel Dealer's the dad.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So Pridwin did his best to try to revive the brother, but he just couldn't. And we had a small conversation with her, and we rested. That's where we are now.
Alright. Does anybody have anything they want to add to that?
Just have eyes.
There it is.
Trees have eyes.
The
They do.
Statues have eyes. So, you all had a very fretful night of sleep. In fact, that foreboding sense of just doom and unease did not leave you, even in your dreams. Especially you, Pridwin. I need all of you to roll me your first rolls of the session. We'll see who wakes up first.
19.
Alright, not bad.
Put them in the group rolls.
19.
And let me see what. Okay. Wow, so most of you guys kind of wake up at the same time. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Jesus Christ, she rolled a nat 1. Okay, so Pridwin, you shoot awake at about the same time Solon does. You guys are all together, and you look over and you see that Liam and Minerva woke up at the same time you did. It's like something snapped all of you back into consciousness, but you don't remember hearing a sound. Lunala is asleep against your side, Pridwin. She has not woken up. And
Pridwin-
none of you see Apollyon anywhere.
Pridwin's looking around, trying to see if there was something that specifically woke him up.
Roll me a perception check.
7.
Everything seems chill. Anybody else want to roll a perception check?
I got a 9.
Solid. Something seems different about this room, but you can't tell what.
Something's off.
Paige, you want to roll perception? You wake up just shortly after they do, kind of coming to. You didn't get that snap awake like they did, but you know their commotion is enough to bring you out of it.
Yeah, I'll take it for 7. 15.
There you go. So, you guys are all awake and you're starting to look at each
Hey.
other. What would you like to do?
Good job, Pridwin. I didn't know you worked that hard.
I'm sorry?
Pidge gestures around her. Cleaned up the place. Looks nice.
Pridwin, would you like to take another look at the room around you?
Yeah?
So, tell me what you remember about the room you fell asleep in.
Well, one, it was filled with rubble because we just got done beating the shit out of a lot of statues. There were piles of dead animals, and the entire room was covered in dust, blood, and rubble. Oh yeah, and there was a giant hole in the ceiling. He looks around and he says, I didn't clear the carcasses. Did one of you do that?
Wasn't me.
Liam kind of hazily looks at you and goes, "What are you talking about?"
There were piles of bodies in here, and animal corpses, and now there aren't. And I don't recall anyone cleaning it up.
Liam kind of looks around in a trying to remember way, but he doesn't say anything else. Lunala stirs a bit beside you, sort of waking up a little bit. You see her, like, her hands are kind of like resting loosely over her thighs, and her fingers start to curl as if like grabbing something, and they curl around nothing, and she shoots awake.
Lunala?
Where is he? Where is he?
Where's who?
Where is he? She looks at you desperately.
Bandit?
She nods.
Pridwin immediately starts looking around.
You do not see a raccoon anywhere.
Oh dear. Immediately, Pridwin's getting up and looking around.
You also do not see someone else.
It's Polyon Shadow, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh.
Mara's dead asleep. By the door,
Hmm.
which she was sleeping against so that nobody would come in. And it's still closed and barred.
Hang on. So we have Liam and Minerva. Apollyon's missing. That's not a surprise. Solon, Xavier's the one who's missing, isn't it?
Nope, Xavier's here.
No. Hang on. Oh wait, the red panda.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Yeah. The door, is it unbarred?
Door's completely barred. Mara is in the same spot she was when she fell asleep last night.
Oh boy. Yeah, Pridwin's frantically looking around trying to find.
Are you just looking or are you saying anything?
He's going to call out Bandit's name.
Roll me another perception check. Any of you in the room are welcome to roll another perception check at this.
Ooh. I got a much better roll that time.
Oh, nat 20.
God damn.
Solon, you and Pridwin both hear it at the same time. There is a faint squeaking sound coming from the pulpit area.
I'm gonna kind of silently point.
Pridwin will.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pridwin will head over there. Have it head over there.
It is coming from the altar, which is closed.
Is this closed last night?
It was open because we just pulled those two out of it. He's gonna slowly lift the lid to peek in.
You start to lift the lid. The second you lift it enough, a dark object comes soaring, scrabbling through the small space you have created, and immediately gets stuck halfway through it. Bandit looks
Whoa.
up at you and then pitifully reaches his hands towards you in the uppies gesture. He looks panicked.
He's going to lift the lid all the way and pick Bandit up.
You do so, and you see the red panda, who was curled, it looks like, around something. Likely Bandit. She is out. She looks scared, like she passed out in absolute terror.
Bandit, what?
You pick Bandit up, and Bandit just immediately, like, velcros himself to the front of your armor. His eyes are very wide, and his fur is standing straight out on end, all floofed up.
What's the matter?
He doesn't say anything. He's just clinging to you. Lunala comes up behind you and kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and Bandit immediately ignores you and jumps into Lunala's chest and does the same thing to her. And then he scrambles into her hood, looks out at you, and then just tucks himself into the hood and disappears inside of it. Kind of pulling the hood closed over top. You can see the hood trembling.
Did we have a watch set up? We didn't.
I
did
don't
we?
remember.
No.
He just face palms.
Yeah.
Um,
Solon's gonna. I'm irritated right now by that. Have I not made it clear that we're in enemy territory? How could we have not set up a watch?
Whose watch isn't working? Xavier says, sitting up.
we're referring to the keeping an eye out kind of watch, not. I was beyond exhausted by the end of that fight.
It isn't really paying attention. She's messing around with Ein.
Ein is in a very perplexed state. You almost see a look of fear in his eyes as well. It's not as bad as the raccoon, but he is not pleased.
Is grumbling to herself, wondering what's going on, but just quiet.
Do you believe that the statues might have returned?
The second you say statues, the red panda shoots to life in the little crevice in front of you that you've created, and then she scrambles back into the darkness underneath the
Oh.
closed portion of the lid. You hear frantic, heavy breathing.
It's all right.
The breathing slows.
Oh dear, we don't have Apollyon here to communicate.
Slowly, the red panda's face appears in the crack that you've made. The fur on her face beneath her eyes is soaking wet.
Did they come back?
She looks at you, tilts her head. She doesn't understand.
She clearly understood the word statue, so he's going to try to gesture like over towards the door.
She follows your gaze to the door where Mara is asleep. She looks back at you, still confused.
So he's going to like say statues in kind of a
She fluffs up immediately.
questioning manner, point towards the door, and then shrug his shoulders like asking if there were any there.
You see her paw lift a digit upward.
He looks up towards the hole in the ceiling.
There's in fact a hole in the ceiling. It is a large hole. It is larger than you remember.
I do not like that they were able to get in through the ceiling.
Does anyone have any paper and a drawing utensil?
Pridwin has a notebook.
Can I borrow it?
Certainly. Pridwin hands you a notebook and his pencil.
Okay. I'm gonna draw the 9 symbols of the houses.
The coat of arms?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a memory check. Let's see how well you do. Because I know you know all the houses, but I wonder
20.
if you know all the code. Oh
20.
my god!
20.
You!
Good
That's
lord.
seared. It's seared into my brain.
You perfect replicas. You have not seen more perfect replicas. And none of you know what these coat of arms are. So none of you can appreciate it. But goddamn, Solon.
I'm gonna flip it over and show it to the panda.
The panda looks at you, looks at the drawings, looks at you, tilts her head the opposite direction.
I'm gonna kind of like showing her the page. I'm gonna kind of like point to one, and trying to slowly like articulate and hope that it understands.
What are
Was
you?
it one of these?
What are you pointing to?
The images on the page.
Which
Like-
image?
Oh, any like I'm gonna like kind of like slowly like point my finger to each one of them, not necessarily one specifically,
Okay, so
just to try
you
and
start,
get it to.
You start
point to one.
pointing at all of the coats of arms, and she's watching your finger move on the list, and she gives you a kind of confused, like even more confused look. And she starts mimicking your movement, pointing to the different coats of arms.
Okay, so that didn't work. Any other ideas?
What are you trying to communicate?
What I've been trying to communicate with the rest of you, that none of you seem to speak English. These lands are controlled by these 9 houses. We're
I'm-
not safe.
I am aware.
So,
Pitch blinks.
what, Minerva says, looking at you? Are you trying to ask it? What are you trying to ask it? Because I'm confused.
If one of these houses was responsible for what happened here.
Oh, well then why don't you do this? Minerva walks over toward the wreckage from your fight. She picks up a piece of the statue kind of marble that has feathers stuck into it. She walks back over and she holds up the piece of, that she's collected, and then she points towards the coats of arms on the page and just kind of shrugs a little bit. Oh my god. Viz, for a second, looks like she understands and starts nodding, and then she just shakes her head no.
So it was none of the houses.
She just looks confused.
Okay.
I can't believe she rolled a nat 1 on that shit. That was supposed to work.
Sucks.
Didn't Apollyon have a conversation where they mentioned that one of the houses was up to this?
Pretty sure, Liam says to you.
Remember which one?
Something to do. I mean, the statues were full of feathers. If
Let's see if anybody
there's
else
one that, if there's one that's particularly associated with feathers, then Pridwin shrugs.
I'm pretty sure it started with an S, Lunala says from behind you.
Yes. Ah. Sokolov. Falcon. Ooh.
And is that they didn't attack us in our sleep. They came in, cleared the corpses, and left.
Why? Minerva says.
I don't know. Perhaps. Well, all those corpses had their puncture wounds. They were afflicted by whatever disease this is. Perhaps these statues were intended as a means of quarantining the disease as opposed to attacking us.
So, like, that's cool and all. Can we, like, leave? Liam says, looking at you guys.
We should probably get moving at some point.
Agreed. We need to make a plan, though, probably.
Should we head to the city? Town, and try and get an idea of what's going on over there?
No objections here, Liam says.
Seems reasonable enough. Get a lay of the land.
Phil, you're like super quiet.
Just stay quiet.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Lunala kind of steps up to the altar in front of you and she says, "We can't just leave her here."
Most certainly not. I think we should probably take her with us.
The red panda is looking at you, still very confused.
He's going to try and gesture, pointing to her and then pointing to the group, and then pointing towards the door.
She tilts her head, and you see a look of understanding cross her face. And then she immediately tucks down into the altar and shakes her head no. She shivers, her fur fluffing up.
He's going to point towards the ceiling, point towards the rubble, and then kind of gesture like this place isn't safe.
She aggressively taps on the lid of the altar and huffs.
He's going to then gesture like he's going to gesture towards his mouth and then kind of do a questioning motion, and then he's going to gesture to the pedestal, and then like shrug again and then tap his wrist like, how long will it stay safe?
That confused her. You do hear a soft, ever so quiet rumbling. The red panda tucks down.
Do the rest of you hear that?
It's coming from the panda.
And she
Um,
hugs the candy bar at Pridwin.
He's going to unwrap the candy bar and offer it towards the panda.
The red panda looks at it and her nose starts wiggling. And she slowly reaches her paws up to snatch it.
He will allow her to take it.
She grabs it and immediately disappears back into the altar. Lunala looks at you and says, "Maybe you should have held on to it."
We have more food, don't we? Pridwin's going to go through his satchel and pull out a ration.
You
And
pull out a ration. You hear nibbling. Like, have y'all ever heard a mouse chew on something? Like, that's all you're hearing from inside of the altar. And it's all stone, so it echoes a little bit.
He's going to, like, lean in and look into the, altar.
The candy bar is gone. It is gone. It is the only remnants of this candy bar are the crumbs on her face.
He's going to hold up the ration and then gesture, like, the follow me motion again.
Her eyes get really big. She starts creeping closer to you.
He's going to hold this one back, and he's going to again do the gesture where he gestures towards the group, then towards her, then towards the door.
She huffs a little and frowns.
And then he gestures to the ration again.
Hey, look, she looks at you. She looks at the ration. She looks at you. And her ears just slowly flatten.
He's just going to
At the smell of the ration, you see a little head poke out of Lunala's head. Bandit is now eyeing the ration.
oh boy. He's just gonna start tapping his foot like he's waiting for an answer.
Bandit is slowly creeping onto your shoulder and down your arm.
He's going to look directly into Bandit's eyes.
The Bandit's not looking at you. Bandit is looking at the ration. However, this seems to do the trick. As Bandit slowly creeps closer to the ration, the red panda immediately hops out, clambers up onto your shoulder, and huffs at Bandit. Bandit climbs up on your other shoulder, and the two of them are like glaring over your hat at each other.
Oh boy.
I will tell you, by the way, she is not a small red panda.
Yeah.
So she's probably about twice the size of Bandit, and Bandit's a big boy.
Oh damn, yeah, Bandit's very alive.
Bandit is a chonk, according to your drawing.
I mean, that's like the size of raccoons, though.
Yeah, you're right. It's very accurate. I'm just letting you know that she's a pretty big girl, but you have successfully coaxed a red panda out of the altar. She's sitting on your shoulder, huffing at Bandit and then looking at the ration.
He will
Bandit kind of pouts.
He will give a piece of the ration to both of them.
They both kind of turn opposite directions on your shoulders. Like, Bandit does that weird sit where his legs are like dangling over either side of your shoulder and he's eating it with his back to her, and she's eating hers on your other shoulder with her back to him.
This is going to be a long journey.
Liam and Minerva look at each other and smirk.
Well, shall we get moving?
Weren't we gonna,
I
like,
think we
make
should.
a plan or something? Liam says, looking at you.
Yes.
Xavier and Minerva are standing there staring up at the hole in the roof.
I pause it, and unfortunately I don't know much about this region, but I think our best bet now is to head towards the village and get a grasp on what it looks like from the outskirts. From there, we should be able to assess the best course of action moving forward.
Do we have a what are they called? Topographical maps?
We
Ones
do
that
have-
show elevation.
I don't
I do.
know
I grabbed
if-
the one out of the plane.
Was that a topographical map, or was that
I
just
don't.
a...
I don't think it was ever defined. I think, as far as I remember, it was just map.
Yeah, all we know is that it was just a map.
Alright,
Yeah.
fine. I'll let you have it include topography.
Hooray!
So, according to the map, you're at One day I'll actually draw out a map of this, I promise. But according to the map, you're at this little church which you're able to discern with Solon's help. The village that y'all were talking about is about 10 miles to the northeast. And it appears that there is, like, the church is here, and in between the village and the church, there is a big hill, like an enormous rise in the land that appears to look over a valley on the other side of it, and the village is in this valley.
Yay.
Or what else? Are you
Up to
looking
the
for
top of
anything
that
else?
range.
If you were looking for a vantage point, that's the closest vantage point you're gonna get. The hill's about 5 miles away.
Yeah. That's still too far away. Not without some sort of super scope.
It would be a few hours walk. We should be able to get a better grasp on our surroundings.
Different roads that enter into the place. Places that could be watched. Or guarded.
What did you
Do we
ask?
have
Sorry.
those? Different routes, different roads leading into the place, places that could be patrolled, guarded.
You do not see roads on this map. This appears to be, like, whatever this village is that you're coming up on, it appears to be small enough that it's not even, like, listed.
Boy.
But don't forget, Solon did mark the little... There's, like, a little mark where the village is supposed to be.
Mhm.
Because you had the coordinates.
Is this in the middle of a forested area?
Mhm.
Okay, all the way up to the... As far as we know, all the way up to the village is just forest.
Yeah, it looks like really dark, thick forest.
Pidge is grumbling.
What's wrong with the forest?
Really set up a good vantage point unless I'm exposed.
I see. Well, I mean, we can make one from the hill.
So, what do you guys do?
Ridwin's just looking at the map, trying to figure out what to do.
I think if vantage point is what we're going for, we gotta go to the hill.
It's still 5 miles away.
That would only be about an hour or two walk.
I vote Hill, Liam says, and he starts walking toward the door. Mara has awoken at you guys talking, but she is staying away from the group until you guys start to approach, and she unbars the door for you.
Thank you. Should we wait for Apollyon, or...
As Mara opens the door, standing outside in the entranceway to this church is Apollyon.
Oh,
He smells of smoke and
what?
like a little bit of gunpowder.
What on earth happened to you?
I'd like to ask that same question, to be honest. I mean, that
Apollyon,
in
you are
and
standing there holding a piece of paper.
I look down at this piece of paper.
It is the instructions that the squirrels gave you in the fox den.
That is right.
So you now have the information that all of you as squirrels wrote down.
Finally.
Apollyon. Apollyon quietly walks up to Pridwin and hands him this sheet of paper.
Apollyon's
Oh.
hair is like all over the place. He looks like he hasn't slept. He looks very frazzled. Also, I will add, the minute Apollyon shows up, the red panda scurries over to him. Immediately, Apollyon, the red panda looks at you and goes, I grow tired of these idiots and their chattering. I'm glad somebody intelligent is back.
What did I miss?
I had to fist fight a raccoon for a meal, which they bribed me with to get me out of my box.
Wait. Pridwin, what happened while I was gone?
Well, the statues returned while we were sleeping, apparently, and cleared all the corpses out. They
Huh.
didn't do anything to us. The red panda and why is my brain dying? The red panda and bandit both hid inside of the altar where we found her previously.
Uh-huh.
We pretty much just woke up. I coaxed the red panda out of the altar and convinced her to stay with us because I think that it would be bad if we just left her here.
Mm-hmm.
And we formulated a plan. We're heading to a hill near the town to get a vantage point.
Well, lead the way, I guess.
He's going to unfold the letter that you gave him and begin reading it.
The letter is in squirrel.
He does this. And then he just looks up and says, I don't understand a word that's being said here.
Right. None of you read Squirrel. I'll take care of this. He's going to proceed to translate every word on this piece of paper.
So as you're doing this, the red panda clambers up onto your shoulder and is watching over your shoulder, and every once in a while, she corrects your grammar.
Well, I'm not exactly the most fluent in this language.
You just hear Apollyon and this red panda chittering at each other. I'm assuming you're doing this while you guys are walking. Everybody's kind of huddled up now, and you walk out, and sure enough, there's the graveyard. No statues. Pidge, your bomb that you buried last night, still buried in the same spot, undisturbed.
She's gonna leave it there.
Okay. Alright. Oh man. Okay, so you guys heading toward the hill?
That's my move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys start walking. I'm assuming while you're walking, you guys want to have a conversation with Apollyon.
Mm-hmm.
Because probably about 15-20 minutes into your walk, Apollyon and Viz start, they finish their translation. And the letter is handed back to you in shorthand English, which is, it kind of makes sense considering how you guys wrote the notes.
Yeah.
That's the loose translation going from squirrel to English.
Yeah. The look of concern on Pridwin's face just gets more and more concerned the further into the note he reads. And he's reading aloud so that the rest of the party can hear.
Okay, so all of you are now privy to everything that was on the note that all of you formulated together.
Well, I really wish we had this information before we got here.
Yeah, so did I.
What? What should we do?
We go to the hill, Liam says, and keeps walking.
Well, I mean, that's one, yeah. I guess we start with small steps first.
Oh yeah. So reading that a witch is up to this, would Pridwin have any knowledge regarding what witch could possibly be up to this?
No.
Oh great, that's even more concerning.
You have never heard of a witch that has anything to do with bugs or diseases. Not really something that any of the witches you guys dealt with specialized in. Not like as their main agenda, anyways.
Solon isn't necessarily surprised operating in the area, though.
Say that again?
Solon be surprised by that, though? Since he has his suspicions about what happened in...
Would you be surprised by what? The witch?
Yeah.
Yes, probably. Because you in your head, you have a very specific person or set of people that you want to blame for this situation. So this, yeah, might come as a little bit of a surprise to you. I mean, whether you believe it or not, that's on you, bro. I ain't gonna tell you what to do.
And what about the symbol, the honeycomb symbol with the V in the middle? Would that ring any bells for anyone?
You're not seeing any recognition on anybody's faces. Not even Solon.
Oh dear.
If Apollyon doesn't know or Pridwin doesn't know, you're kind of screwed in that matter.
In this case, I feel like if Solon doesn't know because he's from here, you guys are kind of fucked.
He's from here and he doesn't have a fucking clue.
Well, it's just another thing for us to kill, I guess.
I can't say I'm surprised that a witch is operating, but I am surprised that my family has no information.
They must either be really good at hiding or they are a fledgling.
And quite frankly, I'm worried that it might be the former, considering I don't think that a fledgling witch would be able to take out an entire continent.
I mean,
That's fair.
thinking about it, how much of this has your family actually known has been going on in Russia forever? Because you didn't know about the 9 houses.
The very small amount of information that I do know is that we were supposed to avoid Russia for the most part. There was some sort of non-aggression pact with someone.
You would not know about the non-aggression pact. The only thing you know is that your family never went to Russia. Ever. Like, you just know you don't go there. It's just something you don't do.
There's some reason that we just don't go here. Although I don't exactly know why, and nobody's telling me, so Fridwin just shrugs.
I've only been here a handful of times over the last however many years, so I wouldn't know much. This place has always been kind of fucked, though.
I grew up here.
Yeah.
Soul
I'm sorry
immediately
about that.
glaring dagger.
You're right.
Pidge closes
And
a patch on Ein and looks at the group and says, "All I care about is those last few words there. The last words in the note."
Can I get a
That
refresher
should
on the
be-
note? I was dumb and missed that entire arc.
You should have the Google Doc. There's a shared Google Doc that just says information.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that we
Yep.
sent the link in too.
It was in
Yeah.
important docs.
Yeah, important
Did they-
docs.
Yeah,
It's
the
last
right
5
above
words.
I'll
right
find
above
it.
the map.
yeah.
Pidge says this while locking and loading. Eon.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about the map with your red circle.
Yeah. Hey, we just pulled it out too. It's just, the red circle's still there. No one knows what the hell that is. Still, no one's asked. It's just a red
No, you
circle
did.
on the map.
You told them on the plane when they were making fun of your red
Did
circle.
I?
You said that you lived there. That was all you said. You didn't get into it.
Just in there in the region.
Yeah.
It's like enormous amount.
Those
of
specifics.
area. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about while you're meandering?
Apollyon is dead silent at this point.
Speaking of dead silent, so's the forest. Yet again. You guys are walking through tall, dark, weather-beaten trees. And there's just nothing. No animals whatsoever. Just the eerie whistle of the wind through the branches. Every once in a while, you get a look at the skies above you that are cloudy and overcast that set a sort of sullen mood over the entire place and make that cold air just a little bit colder. Ahead of you, finally, you begin to see this enormous hill that stretches upwards. And about halfway up the hill, the trees kind of die out. And the very top of this ridge that appears to overlook the lands far below it, it is just a kind of dry, dead, grassy knoll that drops off sheerly. You just see sky behind it.
As a means to fill the silence, because Pidge doesn't like the uncomfortable silence, she just starts humming to herself. But because they're in Russia and that's on her mind, the only song that she can really think of is
It's just 40 minutes of Pidge humming the same tune over and over.
God.
I just have this comical thought in my head of like Pidge start. I can't remember what that scene is from, what show that was from, when like one person starts humming and then like somebody else joins in, and then by the end of it like everybody is humming different like parts of it.
Not what I thought would come to mind. I'm thinking of the onion carriage in Shrek.
Oh my god. For 5 minutes. Could you not be yourself?
For
5
minutes. Oh,
my God.
classic.
So,
You know, when Napoleon has an old habit of singing a very particular tune, when he hears this, it's just irritating.
oh my god. The differences in the party members. Some people are humming along, other people want to die. This is pretty much.
Edwin could already hear his family members whenever they get a song stuck in their head. So this is horrible.
Perdwin and Napoleon are suffering. Lunala and Minerva and Solon and Pidge are all like humming different parts of the tune. Liam and Viz are in the grumpy group, I will add. You guys have kind of divided yourselves into two. You guys have just reached the edge of the trees where the trees die out and it appears that you're reaching the top of the hill. Do you guys continue to the very top?
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you guys approach the top of the hill. And as you get up there, there is this silence that falls over top of everybody. Because the land stretching out in front of you is nothing like the topographical map that you looked at an hour ago. You look beyond the cliffside past the drop-off, and the forest goes just a little further before the ground just gives way. It's like somebody has ripped chunks out of it, or furrowed massive gouges deep into the earth, into these chasms that stretch as far as the eye can see. It's almost like an earthquake has torn entire sections of this land apart. These chasms, even from where you're standing, they look impossibly deep. Would anybody like to roll me a perception check?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll do that.
16.
Also 16.
Nat 20.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
15.
That checks out. Okay, so, Pidge is the only one that's gonna see this. So, Pidge, you are looking through your scope, and this is the reason that you see it. There is something in the distance. I'm gonna type it to you, actually, so that you can do what you want with this. Where is your page?
Oh my god, Lewis is here.
Holy shit.
He's arrived.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I didn't forget this time, if that helps.
It's alright, I was late too. You're good.
Sorry, this is a lot for her.
slowly lowers her scope and squints at it in the distance. Is she still able to see it?
Barely. You can't even, like, it's hard for you to make it out without the scope. It just looks like a part of the landscape to you. Which, I mean, the landscape looks
Okay.
like an absolute nightmare, so, you know, it's fair.
Yeah.
I
She
will
turns to the
add,
group and goes,
quick thing with the numbers that you guys rolled. Any of you that rolled above a 15, you will notice the path that you are following toward the village that you guys were heading towards, it is impassable. There are two chasms that spread kind of in a Y fork that are entirely separating you from where those coordinates are taking you. And judging by the chasms, it appears you're going to have to go further east, towards a very specific area of land, Solon. Sorry, go ahead, Pitch.
turns to the group and says, "Have you guys ever seen a upside down tornado that glows?"
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Like a towering giant mass of sparkly stuff.
I've seen things sparkle before. I do not know what you're talking about, though.
Hmm.
Could you be
I'm
more
sorry.
specific? A giant pile of sparkly stuff.
Yeah, then
A giant inverted tornado of sparkly stuff.
yeah.
Pridwin's actively trying to figure out where this is now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Liam and Minerva are next to you, like, they're looking at each other, they're looking at Pidge, they're looking at you, Pridwin, and then they're squinting into the distance, and then both of them shrug.
What are you talking about? I can't see anything.
Oh, it's. She points where she sees it. It's over there. You can barely make out like something in the distance there, but I'm telling you, it's a sparkly, towering tornado.
Y'all look where she's pointing. It looks like a little rise in the nightmarish landscape before you, like a hill maybe.
Huh. Apollyon, did the report mention gestures out to the devastated landscape? Any of this?
Well, not really.
I feel. Was this recent?
Polyon, would you like to roll me a memory check?
Yes. That is a 12. Oh.
That's a fully chopped onion.
Well, now that you point it out, I was here not that long ago, but it was not like any of this. It was, well, not blasted into oblivion.
So this happened recently.
I would assume so, yes.
After we landed recently.
Most likely.
And somehow we did not hear or see any of this.
I wish Douglas was with you guys.
And something happened extremely recently.
Mm-hmm. That's likely the case. I don't know. I don't remember much of last night. It was kind of a haze.
What?
Apollion's hair is still sticking up everywhere, and he still smells very much like smoke.
What on earth?
Rough night.
Yes, you can say that. Spoke to an old friend.
You don't need many of those.
I suppose. Well, I suppose we should get on moving.
Right.
Where? Liam says, looking at you and then gesturing. Like, the whole
Well-
path is fucked. I mean, our only choice is to go that way, right? He points to the east. Solid,
Eastward.
Hmm.
you know what's to the east.
No, that's not a good idea.
We will carve our own path. How about that?
The Road to El Dorado theme starts playing on the trail we play.
God. I mean, we don't have much else of a choice. So long as we avoid their territory, then we should be able to pass through safely.
There is no avoiding anything. You look to the east, that is their territory.
Well,
We
I
go east,
don't
we will interact with them.
Well, I don't want to have any more grievances with any sort of primordial being, so say we just go around.
Would it be necessarily bad for us to interact? I mean, what were they called again? The Falcons?
That's one of their houses, yes.
If those statues were theirs, they did not attack us in our sleep, even though they did return. Which means perhaps they could be reasoned with.
You hear Liam and Minerva, they're kind of standing off to the side while you're talking, and Liam looks at her and goes, "What do you think, hun? Big spooky chasm that probably has some horrifying monster at the bottom of it, or possible beasts that might rip us apart or feed us?" Minerva looks at him, and then looks at the chasm, and then looks to the east, and she goes, "I vote east."
They do bring up a good point. Whatever made that chasm is much scarier than an army of beasts.
Well, let's not jump too far ahead of ourselves.
That chasm in a matter of hours. Army of beasts. Don't get me wrong, Army of Beasts is terrifying. That's worse.
Well, considering that the chasm was likely created by one single giant monster, or maybe a few of them still, we're used to taking down giant monsters. Armies of beasts that probably can think for themselves? I'm not exactly sure I follow that.
Yeah, I'm with the army. I'm with the single monster.
Yeah.
I like the huge aspect.
That's assuming that it's a single monster, Liam says, looking at you.
With all due
Oh.
respect, even assuming that it is, we've never fought a singular monster that could level a continent.
Well, there was the witch.
We have to put on our resumes sometime.
a single witch, and just barely.
Exactly. And we killed her, but not to say she's a witch. She could absolutely level a continent, let's be.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that one would have been able to.
If she can control the weather, I pray for you.
The part that I emphasize here is matter of hours. Level a continent in a matter of hours.
I'm out beasts. Liam says, raising his hand. Minerva also raises her hand.
Well,
And
to be fair,
also,
I've fought worse.
you were effectively a god, though, back then.
Yes, but I fought something worse than myself. 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than me. So, yeah, I can take my chances.
Mara is standing behind Apollyon looking absolutely horrified.
It's okay. It was only, I'm not going to get into it. It was rough.
My bombs hit more things than just one thing. It does better that way.
Why don't we
Well,
take a vote on it? Lunala says, kind of interrupting all of you. I mean, we're not gonna get very far if we just stand here and argue. So, all in favor of trying to see if we can cross a chasm, raise your hands.
I would be opposed to trying, but I believe going around would be the smartest idea.
Is anybody raising their hand for the chasm?
Apollyon.
Nope.
So Apollyon is Apollyon the only one?
That raises his hand. I guess I'll raise my hand as well because I just said I was with him.
Xavier feels bad for Apollyon, so Xavier also raises his hand. Mara raises her hand because Apollyon is raising his hand, even though she doesn't want to be raising her hand. So that's 3. All in favor of going east.
Gridwind raises
Pidge
his
raises
hand.
her hand.
Pidge, Pridwin, Lunala, Liam, Minerva, the red panda, surprisingly, on Apollyon's shoulder is raising her hand. Well, that settles it, Lunala
Wait.
says, nodding.
Does my squirrel raise his hand?
No. Your squirrel has not come
Alright.
out. But if you want to play that way, Bandit will rouse himself out of Lunala's hood and raise his hand.
Man, this sucks.
This does suck. Alright, no beast, I guess.
We will probably wind up killing a giant monster eventually.
Yeah.
We could have killed one now.
We could also alternatively possibly have been killed by one now.
That's the give and take.
Come on, guys. I'm sure we'll be killed by something horrible in due time. Liam says, wrapping his arm around Minerva's waist and starting to walk.
I think my sense of fear has been ruined by running into the apex predator on the entire planet just about 20 years ago. So I'm just down to fight anything.
If you always keep a can-win attitude, you'll be as strong as me.
Xavier gives the classic anime thumbs up.
Apollyon just looks Xavier up and down and just says, "Yeah, sure."
Ferdinand just gives him like a side eye and continues walking towards the east.
Okay.
Apollyon looks to Xavier actually and he says, "Have you ever witnessed a death scythe have their spine forcefully?"
No, but my parents yelled at me before.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean...
What?
Right.
That's a very Xavier thing to say. I'll allow it. So, y'all start walking down the east side of the hill. Stretching out to the east, that land, there are no chasms. You enter more forest, and you're walking. Walking for a long time through a deathly quiet forest. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about while you go?
I guess not.
What was that wind up? Just
Nope.
say no. Oh my god. So yeah, you guys are walking when all of a sudden, there is a sign that is posted on kind of at the edge of the tree line. This opens up into a field. And there's a sign posted at the edge of the tree line where a road is kind of passing along the edge of the trees. Going like horizontally along the face of the trees. Does that make sense? And you guys are facing like across the road.
Hmm.
The sign is posted on the far side of the road from you guys, and it is in Russian. I think there's only one person here who speaks Russian.
Can I
Yeah.
zoom into it and just act like I'm reading it?
Zoom into it. Oh my god.
Can I just get closer?
Apollyon just gonna look at it and try to read it anyway.
You tried to read it. I'm going to send the description to the actual person who speaks Russian.
Hey,
Yes.
what does it look like?
A sign with
close.
Russian on it.
This is definitely Russian.
Yep, those are words.
Crazy.
Yes.
Rival
this
Sherlock
is the
Holmes himself.
These are indeed words.
These are very much words. And they are in Russian, nonetheless.
What does it say?
Hold on, I'm waiting for God to tell me.
It says we should go back and go the other way.
You know,
That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Don't
yeah,
bitch
you know
out
what,
now, Minerva says, looking at you, Xavier.
you know, honestly, I kind of want to take my chances with the giant monster.
That's what it
I'm-
says, guys.
I'm sorry, Apollyon, but I do not want to get murdered today.
Well, I don't
That's
think we
not
have
what
a
it
choice.
says. It says now approaching the Beastlands. Pointing to the
Oh.
right, 4 miles to Sedova. Pointing to the left. It's obviously been scraped off, so I don't know what's that.
Hmm.
I'm gonna look at the map and see if I can determine.
Okay.
Were you always able to read?
Were you always able to
Such this
read?
hard
Well,
language?
my god.
Well, my,
I was born knowing how to read Russian and drink vodka. That's how you come out in Russian, motherfucker.
Not like that.
well, my, fellow, yes, I hope he did always know how to read.
No, it was just never mind.
Yes.
Well,
Sometimes you concern me.
No, it wasn't supposed to be like this.
I suppose we should probably try and stick to the outskirts so that we can get over to the village.
My recommendation against my better judgment would be to head towards Sedova. Heading to the left will take us back to the chasm.
Hmm. Where... Hang on, I'm trying to remember. Is Zadova the name of the town that we've been heading to, or is it a
No.
different...
It
Nope.
is a different town. entirely. You've never heard of Sedova.
Might I ask what's the Dova? Have you ever been there?
Not personally.
Hmm. I suppose if you believe that would be better than trying to get into the village here, then by all means take the lead.
I start heading towards Sedova.
You step out in front of the group and you start to walk. Xavier moving with you, and the rest of the group following behind. You travel along the road with the forest on your right, and this enormous field on your left that seems eerily ominous for some reason. You're not sure what it is, whether it's the tall grass or the fog that seems to hang low just over the tops of it that sort of blocks your vision from seeing much further past it. But it just seems entirely foreboding to you. You guys walk for a few miles. And finally, in the distance, the road trails to the left a little bit away from the trees, and it appears to head into a village. Roll me a perception check.
Right, brother. I'm making a
20.
hoagie. Could you make? Never mind.
Did you roll another 20?
I did.
God
That's
damn.
my boy.
Fucking-
That's my boy.
God.
That's my Meister.
Bro, what is with the coral dice tonight? So, Solon, since you're in the front of the group, you hear it first. There is the sounds of combat. You hear clanging of metal. You hear strange shouts and grunts that do not sound normal to you. The rest of the group keeps walking. They don't seem to hear it.
I'm gonna like slow my pace, kind of like cautious, and
Up.
tell everyone just to do the same.
What's the matter?
You don't hear that?
I don't hear. Pridwin's going to try and listen now.
You all get really quiet and you listen. And you begin to make out the faint sounds of clanging metal.
The sounds of combat. Should we get involved?
I think we should
Wanna
at least
just
check
get
it out.
involved in combat? Lunala says, looking at you kind of skeptically. We don't
Yes.
even know who's
Some-
fighting!
If somebody's in danger, then we should intervene.
There hasn't been yet crowned a victor. We can still win.
Or, Liam says, hear me out. Maybe we just don't.
Our goal here is to help people, so we should at least assess the situation.
I like the sound of
Yes.
that, Minerva says, looking around for some kind of vantage point. Pidge, roll me a d20. What you got for me?
12.
Okay, it's good enough. So you're looking around. You specialize in finding vantage points. That is just something you do. And immediately, your eyes fall on a, what's the word I'm looking for? A, windmill in the field off to your left. You think that with your scope, you could probably get a good look at the town from on top of that windmill.
Without a word, Pidge starts running over that way.
Pidge is just standing there with all of you guys, and then she just veers off to the left.
I try to like whisper, bitch.
Pidge, did
Is
you
she
say
here?
anything? Imagining Ein, it just turns around in Pidge's backpack and looks at you and his tail starts wagging.
Oh, where's she going?
The rest of you hear Xavier say this.
What are you talking?
I just point.
You follow where he's pointing, and you see Pidge is like maybe 30 yards away from you at this point, approaching this rickety ass water tower. Oh, windmill, sorry, not a water tower. Windmill in the field.
Oh wait, why is she over?
Boy, she's fast, Mara says under her breath.
Oh my.
Should we do
Uh,
something? Minerva says.
Well, she is the most reckless. Yes, we should.
I'm pretty sure you're the most reckless, Liam says, looking at you.
Well, I'm not the one with bombs.
Can
Oh
I,
shit, you're right, he says and takes off running.
Okay. Can I drink some coffee?
Yep. You know those TikToks where it's just people dead sprinting, carrying random items and the liquid's like spilling all over them? That's what
Oh,
I'm
like
imagining
that, family.
curiously. Yeah, that one, that TikTok.
Yeah.
It's just literally Xavier sprinting through this eerie fog-filled field, just like trying to drink coffee, but the coffee's spilling all over him as he runs.
Not the fog-filled field.
It's an English London foam.
Pidge, you reach the windmill. There is in fashion, a rickety-ass ladder that goes up the side of the windmill. It is broken about halfway up, and then it continues after about a foot of space.
Mm-hmm. Is it low enough that I can jump for it, or am I gonna have to use some sort of
Oh, you
technique?
could climb, you're just gonna have to figure out how to jump the foot of space between the ladders. And I can't promise the ladder's gonna hold, but I mean, you know.
Well,
You're pretty
they
small.
were just talking about how reckless I am,
Yeah, they were.
so I'm gonna climb the ladder.
You wanna roll me a dex check?
Oof. 5.
Oh. Oh no. So, as you
Can I-
guys are sprinting up towards the windmill, you see Pidge just starts up this janky ladder. And even from where you guys are at, you see the ladder's trembling as she starts to climb it. And she gets near where the ladder is broken off, kind of in the center, and it just starts to slowly tilt backwards.
Can I try to like run and grab her?
She is like a good 10 feet off the ground at this point. So she's a ways above you, but now she's like dangling over the field. The ladder is groaning.
Weight times velocity gives me the height to jump that high. No.
The fucking Minecraft videos where you're crashing shit midair.
Okay, so, I'm gonna have a do something.
Okay.
I'm just going to freeze the ladder. I like the base of it.
Gotcha.
Keep it sturdy.
Okay. So roll a d20 for me. See how that goes.
Dice I won't. That is a 12.
Okay, so you begin to freeze the base of the ladder, it no longer tilts further backwards. So now it's just leaning kind of precariously backwards a little bit, with Pidge clinging to the top section of this ladder. Pidge, what would you like to do?
Can I try and flip onto the other side of the ladder and use that as a jump board to jump to the rest of the ladder?
You're gonna have to roll me another dex check.
That's better. That's a 16.
Okay, you manage to scramble to the opposing side of the ladder, which doesn't move this time because it has been kind of solidified into that arc. And you kind of get your bearings and plant your feet a little bit, and you leap up, and you just barely manage to get one hand curled your fingertips around the bottom rung. It creaks loudly under your weight. By this time, the
Pidge,
rest of you have managed to congregate at the base of this rickety-ass windmill.
Pidge, might I ask what the hell?
Paige, with her free arm, is just wildly trying to point towards the village, but she's sort of still swinging, so her hands going all over the place.
Yeah, I'm still trying to.
Does that mean anything to you? Liam says, looking at the rest of you.
No, nothing at all. I don't know what she's doing.
Pidge, roll me another dex check.
Oof. A 7.
Oh my god! So you with one hand you're clinging desperately, and you reach up and you grab the second rung, and it just breaks in your grasp immediately.
No, I can't try to catch
Yeah, you can.
her.
You roll me a d20 for catch.
Shoot. Someone roll. One second. Actually, I'm close. I'll just run upstairs.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was making a hoagie. Here it is. $20. I got 20. The first one.
Pidge, you are falling.
catching someone.
Your life flashes before your eyes, and then immediately it stops as you are now laying comfortably in Xavier's strong arms. He kind of gives you that dashing smile.
Do you always fall from heaven? Because I think I caught an angel.
Xavier.
Sort of, I'm done with
What?
this look. And she pulls out a stick of C4.
Oh my god! Oh
I'm not
shit, she's
thinking
gonna
useless.
bomb! Liam says and like dives out of the way to the side.
Oh boy.
Minerva kind of looks at them and then looks at the tower and looks toward the village, and she goes, I'm just gonna go. And she starts walking toward the village.
Me too.
Redwin's
yeah.
following.
So is Apollyon.
I'm gonna be a little devastated there.
And she's still just holding bitch while she's holding the C4.
We're in a conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have another joke to say because you brought up the C4, but I just don't know if it's worth it. Paige, I'm
You
just
have
gonna.
to think about it. It's probably not worth it.
I'll
Solon's just
just,
standing in the background waiting to see if Xavier gets blown up or not.
Mm-hmm.
I was blown away by your landing.
And that's my cue to leave.
Well, it was nice knowing you.
Okay. Can I set Pidge down slowly,
Yes.
and then we just leave?
And then we just leave. Pidge, you hear this second joke, and then you are slowly, carefully set onto the ground.
On
You
his
know
leg.
that knot, where the blood vessels are just
Yeah.
Yeah.
the angry knot.
Uh-huh.
Pitch has one of those, and she's just standing there.
Apollyon like looks down at and he says, "I thought personality rubbed off on him."
Oh my god.
he took the worst parts.
It
So,
was too good.
for the
He
rest of
inherited
you,
none of the riz.
for the rest of you that are walking towards the village, as you get near, you notice that on the edge of the village, one of these buildings, they kind of look like, old stone. Kind of old farm style, maybe, but like really, really old stone. Like, this village has been around for a while. There's a ladder that goes up onto the roof of the closest one to you, and you hear fighting beyond. You can see smoke rising. You can smell it in the air as you get close to this building. Liam looks back at the rest of you and looks at the ladder, and then he kind of shrugs in a, eh?
And then the building comes down as we leave.
Oh dear.
I'll take the ladder.
Are you just gonna
Wait,
walk
building's
to the
coming
front
down?
of the group?
The building's coming down?
I just said that. I have no idea.
Oh, I was coming upstairs and all I heard was we could take the ladders. Take the ladders and then the building's coming down. I was like, oh, no. No.
You're just still over by the windmill.
Fidge is trying to cool down before she enters the fray. So you guys are at the edge of the village, you're all standing there, and there is a ladder that leads to the roof of the closest building. Or you could just go around the building and continue into the village. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to keep.
Riddling's-
If there's still fighting going on, I'd like to at least see who's fighting first.
Riddling's probably gonna try and at least peek around the building to see what's going on.
That, I think you've missed the point of Liam looking at the ladder, which was getting on the roof to get a vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
But go ahead, peek around the corner of the building if you would like. Just tell me what you're gonna do before you do it.
I don't like ruse.
I mean, if somebody's trying to get a vantage point, Pridwin will probably wait, but he's pretty eager to try and get in there because for all he knows, somebody's in need of help.
Come on, man. Me and you could just drink some, coffee and just see what's going on real fast, and we're back, to the group.
Who are you saying this to?
My Meister.
Solon, you hear Xavier say this to you, standing by the ladder.
I look at her like, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. Just go into the forest, take a view, see who's fighting, and then come back. Just for a quick peek. We don't have to fight anybody.
Wait, I
or
thought the
anything.
fighting was in the town.
It's in the town.
That's even.
Like, you guys
More of
are
a
at the
tactical
very
advantage.
edge of the town. So you can either go on top of this building to get advantage, or you could go around the building to get advantage.
I want to go up.
You wanna go up?
At this point,
I want to go up.
Me and you can be the
at this
first ones to
point,
get in
Cage is
the
going to
action.
get over there and go up.
Solon is the first one that climbs the ladder. Solon, I need you to roll me a presence check.
Oh, that's fun. 3.
Solon gets about halfway up the ladder, and there's a loud cracking sound as one of the wooden rungs just cracks a bit under his weight.
Oh my.
The
You-
sounds of the fighting continues, so.
I know
You need
we're
to be on the
here.
ground, man. You need to be on the ground. I told you. You shouldn't. I'll climb up the ladder with them. Or behind them.
So,
Chastising him as I climb.
You're going up the ladder with Solon?
Yeah.
I need
After
both
it
you and
just
Solon to
broke?
make
Wait,
a dex
no,
check.
no. Wait, I
Oh
was talking
my
about after.
God.
Like,
No,
I
too
said
late!
with them. I said with.
I need both of you to roll me a dex check.
Here we go again.
Yeehaw, motherfuckers.
Where is it? No. Oh, here it is. So, do I add my dex into this as well?
Nope.
No.
Just roll a flat d20 check for me.
17.
Oh.
Solon, you're fine. You're both fine.
I hope.
You both passed, surprisingly.
See, that's how you climb a pair of ladders, man.
Solon, you get to the top of the roof, and the fighting sounds just intensify tenfold once you're up there. You kind of crawl up to the apex of the roof and peek over the edge, and that's when you see it. It is absolute chaos. There is a battle heated going on in this town. Except the people who are fighting, they look wrong to you.
Okay. Can I roll perception for how wrong?
Please.
5.
They're moving very fast. There's a lot going on. It's kind of hard for you to track. But, man, the cloaks that some of these people are wearing are just fucking crazy.
Can I move him back to try to take a peek as well out the,
You
window?
scramble up onto the roof next to him. And you both are kind of like laying flat at the apex peeking over. Roll me a perception check, Xavier.
16.
I'm gonna send this to you guys. Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
So, the people fighting, they look kind of like this. And the people they're fighting with, they look kind of like this.
Oh no. Do. Okay.
Oh.
Can I roll a memory check?
Please.
Ah. Ha. 20.
Oh my god.
He zooms in his brain.
Yeah,
Like
no,
that
bro's
is
having a
Raven.
brain blast.
Oh shit.
Brain blast.
He had a national
No
Raven
shit.
moment.
Well, fucking Jimmy Neutron blast, bro.
God damn.
I grab Xavier's shoulder and like pull him off the roof and slide down.
Huh? Oh. I was like, oh. Did I die? You're gonna kill me? So we're sliding into this? We're sliding into this?
Ah.
Finally.
Ridwin's going to call up. So, are we joining in the fray or what?
Well, I'm gonna be going. I don't know about you.
Are we off the roof yet?
Yeah, both
Okay.
of them land on the ground with all of you.
Oh wait,
No, we're leaving now.
wait. You didn't.
Why?
You didn't do your memory thing yet, right? Did you roll for memory?
Yes, I did.
You
And
won't
I
have
got
to
my
explain.
answer.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I guess I didn't hear it.
Hey, there was nothing to hear.
Yeah.
I was like, did I get like partial muted? I thought I heard everybody else. This is oh, you got sent. I see.
But what about civilians? Shouldn't we try and help them?
So I guess I'll just go into my weapon form. And we're getting ready to do this.
No, we're not.
No,
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 we're leaving.
we're leaving.
Wait,
I
what?
turned towards Pridwin and I kind of like not necessarily in an aggressive sort of way, but kind of like just my decision is is the decision. We're leaving. There's no civilians alive. They're all dead. We're leaving.
Oh, okay, so we're taking our chances with the big ass monster?
I
Yeah.
told
Why are-
you.
That's the
Would
Why
plan.
do you wanna
anybody
kill
else like to try and take a look at what's going on, or are you going to listen to Solon?
Apollyon will listen to Solon, but he also will also like to look.
Are you going up onto the roof, or are you going around the side of the building?
He'll go on the
Okay. Roll me a presence check.
presence.
Yep.
Okay.
I know it's your specialty.
Yes. Favorite.
While he does that, Solon's gonna kind of like walk over to one of the. I assume some of the houses have like steps.
Yeah, there's like a door that's kind of on the back of this house that's locked, but there's like a couple steps that go up to it.
Yeah. He's gonna just go sit down and he's just gonna start whispering the fable to himself. Just like in between stanzas, like
You
they
hear
can't
him
be real.
mumbling a strange rhyme under his breath, almost rapt and enchanted by the words he's saying. Apollyon, you climb onto the roof, and you see a battle laid out before you. You see people that look like this.
Mhm.
Fighting a bunch of people that look like this. I
Hey,
would like you
Pridwin,
to roll me a memory check.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Oh yes, yeah, he
That
would
is
be the only other one that would be
Mhm.
familiar with them.
19.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so with that, you remember something. Let me pull up. The words that you are hearing mumbled from Solon's lips, they start to sound familiar to you. It's an old fairy tale.
Oh yeah, Pridwin. Yeah, let's take our chances with the big monster.
What? Why? What? on
Don't
earth
just
is-
don't. No, 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 no. Shouldn't it? We're leaving. We're getting the fuck out of here.
I demand to know
Apollyon
why.
lands on the ground and looks
We are
as
leaving.
white as Solid, like both of them are just like traumatized. Liam and Minerva are looking at each other and they look at you, Pridwin, and they go, well, I want to see what the fuck's going on.
Listen, it's better if you guys don't know. Just go. We're going out of here. We're leaving. We are out of here.
I'm just patting Stallone on his back while he's saying his hums.
Redwin was by the corner, so he's going to lean out and peek now.
Pridwin, roll me a presence check.
Yep. Fuck, natural 20.
You peek around the corner, and you see something. You see two figures. One of them looks like this guy. He is in a heated, horrible battle with somebody who looks a lot like one of these.
Fridwin.
You don't recognize either of them. However, roll me a perception check.
Alright. It's 18?
Yep, good enough. Okay, so this is what you see.
Fridwin steps back and he says, "Why didn't you just tell me that there were monsters?"
Solon's eyes, just his eyes dart up from his hands and just kind of like stare at him.
They're
Apollyon
killing
does the
each
same.
other, so we're not going to get involved.
Also, with that perception, you hear something, Fridwin. There's a whistle. It almost sounds like a bird call, but you hear it twice. Exactly the same.
Where was that coming from?
It came from one of the buildings to your right.
He holds up his finger. Somebody just gave a signal. He points over to the building that he heard it from.
Well, Pridwin, I would to stay and chat for. I want to stay that those guys on horses.
That sound means that there might be survivors.
In the middle of you saying this, there's a horrendous, wet, ripping sound. And suddenly, the fighting that was closest to you, you don't hear that anymore.
Solon, you seem to be the only other person who understands what is going on. We do.
We
You
need to
hear
leave.
it again. In fact, all of you hear the strange bird call this time. Once, and then twice. The same volume, the same tone. Coming from the building that Pridwin acknowledged.
Alright, we'll go in and we'll come back out, but we are not staying long.
We will avoid them. If they're truly dangerous enough to scare both of you, then we need to get whatever survivors might be here out. And then we can leave.
If you say so, but if you see
I don't think you understand. They don't
Yeah,
leave survivors.
if you see any of them, just then and we don't stop running.
So, are you guys gonna creep closer to the building to your right?
Gonna go into cat.
Smart.
Is Pidge there with them?
Yes, you've caught up, and everybody is freaking the absolute fuck out.
Curious as ever, Pidge wants to use the vantage point. See what's out
Pidge
there.
starts climbing up the ladder onto the roof. Roll me a presence check, Pidge. Who is going towards the building on the right? You are going to have to roll presence checks for me as well.
Who's also going to
Solon's still trying to like put his thoughts together that these guys are real.
I'm assuming Apollyon's heading investigate. So Pridwin's
Apollyon turned
probably-
into a cat, so
Yeah. I'm assuming he's heading in to check things out before we move in, so Pridwin's probably gonna hold back until either Apollyon gives them a signal or something happens.
DM,
uh-huh. Oh,
you're putting that in group roles.
meh. Pretty much everybody's seen it. I'll give it to you then.
Okay.
I clicked on your thing. Why is it over here? Here we go.
Paige pulls herself down off of the roof and whispers, whispers, "Those people don't have any skin."
Could you not say it like that?
Excuse me, Pidge?
They're some sort of undead.
Yes, they are very specific.
What kind of undead?
The
Have you ever heard-
dangerous kind.
Would you like to share the poem that you got with him, or would you like me to share it with him?
At this point, they've heard it probably like 50 times of me just repeating the stanzas.
Yeah. Have you
But-
have you listened at all to what Solon has been mumbling? I will ask that, Pridwin.
Yeah, Pridwin would be trying
I was
to
patting
keep
his
me
back.
out. I'm trying to listen to everything that's going
So
on.
I'm going to put it into important documents. Enjoy.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does Pridwin recognize this at all?
You don't recognize the poem. You think you've heard the term the Wild Hunt before, but you can't place it. At best, you heard it when you were a child. You think maybe from a fairy tale.
Well, isn't that some sort of Norse myth?
Yes.
It's very obviously no longer a myth.
Apollyon, you have made it to this building, and as you clamber up, kind of onto the windowsill and get up onto the roof, there's a figure crouched there. Well,
Get a
hello, little thing. What are you doing here? You see this person. If it will pull up, question mark.
Mhm.
And as she speaks, you hear movement, and you see the second. They are crouched there, looking at you. What'd you say?
I reckon you're some sort of vampire hunters or something.
Both of them look startled. Immediately, one aims a crossbow at you.
Hey, wait. I'm not the bad guy here.
You're a talking cat. We do
Well,
not like
a lot
animals
of
that
animals.
talk around here.
Well, to your surprise.
Wait, what did you say? Your voice cut out.
Well, to your surprise. Do speak. Mike,
You,
do you guys hear me?
you are,
Oh,
yeah,
Keeps
you are
cutting
in
out.
and out.
In and out.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't.
It cut out
Okay.
at the exact time too that it did the first time. I was like, oh no.
God.
Right. So, it may come as a surprise to all, but a lot of the animals here talk.
Yes, we know. We hunt animals that speak and cause problem.
Well,
The bolt in the
Would-
crossbow begins to pull back.
would it help if I told you I'm not actually an animal?
Explain, the man says.
Right. Okay. I do have some friends over back there.
Yes, we know.
He's
They're
gonna-
very loud. They're about to get themselves killed.
That's why I'm here to stop them. He's gonna transfer back.
The woman is aiming the crossbow at you still. The man looks startled. What kind of dark magic is this?
Well, that's one way to put it.
The woman, her finger just tightens a bit on the trigger of the crossbow.
Listen. We can be allies here. Cause you any.
The man kind of glaring at you, and then he glances over the apex of the roof. The fighting has moved further into the village and has gotten a bit quieter on your side of the village now. He kind of lets out a breath. I advise you take your friends and you get out of here. If you know what is good for you.
That is definitely, and yes.
Go then, he says.
Right. He's gonna just do a presence check and then disappear and then leave.
As you're disappearing, you hear the girl say to the guy, "But Zukar, what if they can help? We do not need help from outsiders," he says to her as you're disappearing.
Yes. So I rolled a natural 20 for a presence check. And as he's like, I guess it disappeared. He's going to just leave a note symbol next to them.
You leave a what?
I leave the Polyon symbol on the floor next to them.
The woman reaches down and picks it up and looks very confused.
All right.
The rest of you are standing there when Cat Apollyon is back. Or I guess you're in human form. Human Apollyon is back.
What'd
All
you
right,
find?
friends. I found two vampire-looking motherfuckers.
You are
Let's.
cutting it now. I cannot
Yes, I
understand
know.
a word you're saying.
I am aware.
Are you
It's probably
on
because I'm talking quiet.
Are you on your PlayStation?
I am. I'm just talking quietly because my girlfriend's asleep.
Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, so I found two vampires. And still cutting out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
What the fuck? How do I sound?
A little better?
Better?
I think better?
Okay.
It's hard to tell when you're not talking in sentences.
Yeah, that's fair. So I found two vampire hunter-looking motherfuckers, and want us to leave.
Wow,
They-
I understood
they
that
want us
whole
gone.
sentence.
Yeah.
And let's go. Let's leave. I don't want to be here anymore.
I
Solon, You hear vampire-looking motherfuckers, and you remember something. It sounds familiar to you. It sounds very familiar to you. Do with that information what you will.
I got a 14.
Mm-hmm. You think you know who these people are.
Do they
Or
have
at
any
least
distinguishing marks
not like them specifically, but who they're part of.
affiliated with?
Well, they have strange pointed hats.
Pointed hats.
Does that? Do they have any? This is to you, Liam. Do they have like symbols or something? Is there a symbol for it?
Do they?
It's not so much a symbol, it's this.
Oh. Were they both carrying crossbows?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Yuck.
They're also hunting talking animals.
Yep. It's the huntsman.
Yeah.
A huntsman.
Yep. It's a resistance group that's prominent in the area.
Oh.
Then should we leave, or should we try to communicate with them?
I already tried. It's kind of futile. The lady that is
They're not keen on outsiders. They don't like.
I did leave.
Well, you're
Helping.
Russian, Liam says. Why don't you talk to him?
I tried. They're the reason I'm down an arm.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh.
what?
Your arm.
Well, I did leave.
Hold on, Liam says, holding up a hand. We're gonna brush over that, like he didn't just say what he said, right?
Oh,
I mean, the man's missing an arm. That's his
These
business,
fuckers
you know?
took your arm?
I mean, it's just an arm.
What?
It's just an arm.
Hey, we're trying to make a game plan here, man.
You all
feel
can
like-
tell also that the fighting has moved further in, so you guys are in less danger than you were in before. Still in a lot of danger, you know, if it comes back, but at the moment, you know, you can breathe.
Hmm.
So maybe we should just leave.
I suppose if that's what you're all recommending.
Yeah, the wild hunt is not to be fucked with. Let's get out of.
The huntsmen aren't
I
worth
told
the
you we
effort.
should have fought the big monster.
They can take care of themselves.
I'll take my chances with the giant fucking monster.
Very well.
Do not, however, want to take this with a group of mass murderers.
As you're saying this, roll me a d20, Apollyon.
Okay.
12.
Alright. That is a 12.
Whoa! Crazy.
Just predicted it.
Sorry.
Wait a second. Do you guys hear that?
Hear what?
Exactly. It's gone.
You listen. You don't hear clanging metal anymore. You don't hear grunting or shouting. You hear nothing.
They just leave?
Yeah.
Goes back up to stick her head over the wall again.
You poke your head back over the wall. You see a village in flames. You see bodies littering the ground. And you do not see movement at all. Well, you didn't. But as you're going to move back down, you do catch a bit of movement just off to the right. That creature that was walking away from you left a heap on the ground, and there is now a woman standing over it, nudging at this heap with her boot.
Oh.
So the battle
Yells down
is.
to them, "Hey guys, there's someone over there."
What were you saying, Bridman?
The battle is concluded.
I wouldn't say moved on. The Wild Hunt is more like a walking, an event, if you will.
I see.
They sort of spread where just happened, and but it's gone for now. Yes.
So, what would you guys like to do?
Wait, how is this calamity stopped?
It does not. It goes until it finishes on its own. At least, as far as I'm aware. I have never tried facing myself.
I should
Can't
reiterate that Pidge did yell down to everyone that she saw someone, so
You did.
just
Y'all
Apollion's gonna
definitely
look
heard
back.
Pidge say that there's somebody moving around.
Apollion's gonna look over there.
You peek around the edge of the building. You see a familiar woman.
Are we
shit.
leaving? Are we going to try and interact with them? What are we doing?
Well, a
They
path has
keep
been
getting
opened.
Sidetracked.
Let's just take the path that. Let's all go.
Oh, screw it, Liam says, and starts walking around the corner of the building.
Yeah. Apollion's just gonna start walking to the woman.
So,
We'll follow.
you guys round the corner, and the rest of you see these two figures as you guys start to come forward. The woman is kicking at a corpse of a strange creature that is in pieces on the ground. The man is standing much like he is in the picture with a crossbow over his shoulder, but the second he spies you, the crossbow comes off, immediately pointing at Apollyon. The woman, hearing him move, she also brings her crossbow up and snaps to look at the rest of you.
Have you guys ever heard of diplomacy?
They are glaring at you and eyeing the others behind you.
Did you guys get the note I left?
Pidge is still up on the tower. She now has her gun out and pointing.
They have not noticed you. The woman slowly reaches into her pocket and pulls out your symbol.
That's the one. Yes.
This sorcery.
Well, this will bleed the hair on you stand up. Have you ever heard of Apollo?
No.
Angel of the Abyss?
There is no recognition that crosses their faces. If there is,
Okay,
they
cool.
are hiding
Actually,
it well.
Okay, cool. That actually makes things 1,000 times easier. Anyway, I'm sort of a being of a higher, sort of. I'm willing to help you.
The woman who was aiming her crossbow at Liam is now aiming the crossbow at you. Now they're both aiming
come
their
on.
crossbows at you. Liam leans over to you, Pridwin, and whispers, "Maybe you should try saying something. I'd
Yes,
really
you know,
prefer not
I'm-
to get shot."
You know, I'm not
Excuse me.
exactly.
We
Yeah, you go, Pridwin.
You
we
go!
mean we mean you no harm.
The man does not look impressed. The woman is looking you up and down, though.
Listen to the Italian, I promise.
Italian, she says. The crossbow slowly lowers.
Yes, I am Pridwin.
There. Is that enough reason? The man sighs and kind of puts the crossbow on his shoulder and rubs at the bridge of his nose with his free hand. What do you want? He says.
We were sent here by the Academy.
Immediately the crossbows go back to you.
Oh, come on.
Which
Oh my God,
academy?
okay. DWMA. Pridwin, you handle this. You're better at diplomacy than I.
Oh boy. We were sent here by the DWMA. Russia's gone dark. We were trying to figure out why.
DWMA. We are not familiar with these letters. They're not from Bouillon, it is okay. They lower the crossbows again.
Might I ask where you thought we were from?
They kind of look at each other. And then skeptically eye you. We are not supposed to deal with outsiders. Our speaker, though, Kavya, she is someone who can tell the stories. She could help you, perhaps. Iskra, that is forbidden, the man says. Yes, but I don't want to deal with them anymore. Why don't we just throw them on Kavya and let her kill them if she doesn't like them?
You're making me sound
muses it.
increasingly.
With all due respect, while most of us are outsiders, we have one amongst us who is from here,
Really?
if that changes anything.
The woman looks interested.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Pridwin's gonna look over to Solon to gauge whether or not he should continue.
Solon, have you come around from the side of the house, or are you listening to all of this?
I'm listening to all of this. Just trying to gauge who they are.
You see Pridwin look at you. The two of them are standing there kind of waiting expectantly.
Pridwin's just like gesturing like, should I keep going? Should I shut the fuck up?
It doesn't matter, they're just trying to dump us on another member of their order to get rid of us.
How loud are you saying this?
Loud enough for them to hear it.
Wait. I know that voice.
Does it belong to a guy with a missing arm?
Missing arm? No.
He's got like... Well, what? Huh?
He was much younger then.
Solon, I believe you should come out.
I'll come around the corner.
As you come into view, the girl's face brightens with recognition. It is you. You did not die?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't.
Is this some sort of like fucked up family reunion?
No, The man eyes her and then just sighs and rolls his eyes all the way over. Forgive my sister, she lets her, how you say, her emotions get the better of her. Sometimes. She kind of glances away and her face turns a bit red.
No, we're not ready. Nor would I
No.
want to be.
Okay.
Her
Oh,
face falls
damn.
a bit on hearing this.
No, well, we
Would you like to roll me a
and
memory check, Solon?
Yes. 15.
You were a bit younger then, when you went to them. And you remember a girl about your age, looking at you, unlike the rest of the group, with curiosity and admiration. You remember her creeping ever closer through the crowd as you and the others were speaking, saying what you came there to say. And you remember she looked sad when you left.
I'm gonna start walking towards her.
She takes a step back nervously as you do, and the man steps in front of her and begins to raise the crossbow again.
Yes, yes. Raise your crossbow, that'd be a good idea. I came to you for help. My sisters came to you for help, and what did you do? At that point, I've like thrown the cape that I have off, like revealing my arm. And what did you do? You turned us away. You left us for dead. You did nothing. Why? Because we weren't a part of your club, your group.
It is not our decision who we accept and turn away. You were children, and you still are.
Can I walk
Huh.
beside Solon?
You are standing next to your Meister. You get the feeling from the heat coming off of Solon that he might try and use you.
well, as quite possibly the oldest one, going to back out of.
Is slowly backing out of the line of sight.
Let kids handle this.
So you have no free will whatsoever. You just follow whatever your leader says, no questions asked. You have no free will.
It has nothing to do with free will. It has to do with respect.
Respect. You knew what the right decision was, and yet you followed them, licking the dirt from under their feet.
Oh, is that so? I do not recognize any of these faces with you. Where are the others that were with you on that day? I think the decision was a correct one. My guess is you lost them, didn't you?
Feed into that rage.
Pridwin, can I have some noise? I'm getting kind of
Some what?
normal, regular water.
I hate the indistinguishable water for some reason.
Pridwin's going to kind of tilt his head at Apollyon. Sure. Pridwin pulls out the solo cup.
Pridwin does
Thank
not
you.
understand it.
Are you trying to, is there like, are you trying to get him to do something different? Or...
No, just regular healing. No whole shit. Just regular water.
Very well, he...
I want some diet water.
That diet H2O, bruh.
Water
No
light.
gluten water, please.
Not the hand juice.
I don't want any gluten in my water. Just drain it out.
Pridwin fills the cup and hands it to Apollyon.
Thank
Apollyon,
you.
you are holding a cup of water.
He's going to just take a sip of it and let the kids.
Oh my god. Lunala, who is with Minerva and the red panda kind of tucked behind the building out of sight, looks at you, Pridwin, and goes, "Do something."
What am I supposed to do? They're fighting.
I don't know.
I can't.
They're
defeat-
Russian.
don't know how to deal with the Russians.
Like a different breed. Gotta deal with Russians.
Sounds
I
like
wasn't
most
even
Back to the
allowed
main
dad
event.
ever. Suburban news dad. I don't know what to do with the Russians.
So the girl, as you two are kind of like hackles raised right in each other's faces, the girl kind of butts in and nudges him out of the way. That's enough, both of you. You both are acting like children. Look, we
can I
said
blow
we
him a
would
raspberry?
take them to Kavya, alright? The least we can do is take them to Kavya. It's not our problem. He kind of looks at her and just gauges the expression on her face. And then he sighs and he shoulders the crossbow again and turns away from you. Fine. I don't care.
I kind of squint at the back of his head and turn around myself, walking back towards the teams. It never is your problem. Just under my breath.
And then
You
I
see
follow
his hands
behind.
tighten on the crossbow, and the girl elbows him in the ribs, and it slowly loosens again.
As long as the facing
As long as what?
as long as the facing toward. Damn it! Oh, cutting out again, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really badly.
You know what? Ignore that.
Literally, I'm hearing like every other syllable.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ignore what I said.
Okay.
This whole time, Paige has been sort of keeping her sights on the two people, figuring one to be more aggressive than the other and just keeping her sights on him.
Can I just like
But she's-
whisper? Oh, sorry.
She's been getting bored, so she starts humming, and she's like,
God.
Oh no.
I'm setting up a trap.
Okay, Paige, I'm gonna ask you to stop.
We're gonna have to stop you there.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
She's still up there at the on the building with a sniper rifle pointed down.
Why didn't we fight them?
Xavier looking disappointed. Lunala looking relieved.
Xavier, they are not our enemies.
They could have been.
Would you have rather they try to kill us?
The other way around, but I mean,
As Pridwin says they're not our enemies, Solon just like punches through one of the like walls of one of the houses and just like screams to the sky.
With all due respect, I would prefer to avoid getting into combat with as many people as possible. I do not know what the relationship between you and them is, Solon, but they're offering us some modicum of help.
but the help cost our lives. They said they were probably going to kill us there. So it was either take them out with just these two or go to their whole camp.
Oh yes, and starting a war because you decided to kill two people before we could even talk to the rest of the group seems like a good idea to you, Lunala says angrily.
At least it's on my battlefield, my playing grounds.
You are literally at the enemy team! This isn't your
Xavier.
playing grounds!
Make do with what I
Xavier,
got.
do you realize how batshit insane that statement is?
Oh, I'm not thinking about fighting them right now, but
You
at the time being, you know,
As you
You
guys
are
are
angry.
having this question, from behind Xavier, you see a head poke out. Hi! It's the girl. She is right behind you, Xavier.
Oh, hello.
Right. Sorry about my brother.
yeah.
It is quite alright. I apologize about my compatriot's behavior.
Um, if you're coming with us, then we need to leave before they show up. So, like, can we go?
Certainly. Pridwin looks to the rest of the party.
I'm so sorry about what happened back there as well. My name is Xavier.
The girl looks you up and down and then extends a hand to you.
And I take her hand with both mine, and I shake it.
Iskra.
Iskra. Ah. It was a good idea after all.
Weren't you just saying that you wanted to kill them? Liam says loud enough for her to hear.
That was my asthma.
Your asthma.
Yeah.
You see Minerva is next to you. Pretty much she leans over and does the finger quotes and goes, asthma.
Pridwin's just shaking his head.
Liam starts cracking up laughing.
Pidge walks over and goes, "Careful, he's already declared his love for this bar of C4." And he puts it into Xavier's hands.
Oh,
Oh, that was good.
My
As
God,
much as
I'm
I hate-
going to die out here.
As much as I hate to admit it, following them is our best choice. Just watch your backs.
Great, Isker says, and she turns around and she kind of flits away. Her movements are very quiet. It's almost like there's not a sound when she steps. She hurries back over to the boy who's standing there waiting, looking irritated. Great, can we go before they show up?
I think we need to at least see what they have to say.
I believe we should get moving.
Right. They just turn around and start walking out of the village, off kind of to the east. Without another word. The rest of you kind of start following at a little bit of a distance, and under her breath, Minerva looks over to you, Solon, and goes, "So who are these people? And why do you hate them?"
They call themselves the Huntsmen. They're humans that are supposedly fighting for, however you want to call it, justice. But they only fight for themselves.
Uh-huh. And you know this person?
Unfortunately.
She doesn't seem to be too upset about it.
There was a time, maybe. But that was a long time ago. Times have changed.
Do you know?
Things have happened.
Pridwin,
Past mistakes need to be fixed.
in the middle of this conversation, you guys have passed through the village and you're starting into that eerie field. And all of a sudden, the stomach knots, they're back, but it's not just your stomach anymore, it's your chest this time. And in the blink of an eye, your entire body seizes up with pain.
Pridwin just starts.
Like you walked into a wall.
He just like falls to a knee and starts wheezing, trying to catch his breath. What on earth?
Lunala is looking at you frantically. I knew you're not well. What's wrong?
What? I don't know.
You stagger backwards a little bit, trying to get to your feet, and the feeling goes away. Do you take another
He's-
step forward.
He takes a couple deep breaths and he says, I have no idea. He tries to take a step forward.
It happens again.
I don't know what's happening.
Solon, would you like
Yes.
to assess the situation?
I would.
Roll me a d20.
3.
You don't know what the fuck's going on.
What did you two do?
They didn't do anything. At least I don't think.
Is that a problem? You hear Iskra say from a ways in front of you guys.
I am feeling unwell.
You act like you've never been here before.
I haven't.
She turns around and starts walking again.
He's going to remove his mask and start trying to, like, breathe. And then
You
he's going to
breathe?
try and move forward again.
The same thing happens, but this time it gets worse. Your knees forcibly buckle.
Oh.
What is happening to me?
Can I do like a perception check real quick?
Yeah, sure.
That's better. 16.
You recognize where you are. Or rather, you recognize another sign. A little ways across from you guys. It's the same sign that you read earlier. But this time it says, now entering the Beastlands.
I kind of put 2 and 2 together and make an assumption, and I like pick, or I attempt to pick Pridwin up and throw him further away from the border.
So you're gonna have to roll a strength check because Pridwin is wearing full plate armor.
Yeah,
Or like not
Pridwin's,
necessarily get him off the ground, but like push him.
So Pridwin, you're kind of like on your knees trying to get back up with Lunala's help, and all of a sudden Solon just shoulder bashes you backwards. You stagger backwards, and it's gone
Nope.
again.
Solon, what the hell are you doing?
You can't be here.
What do you mean?
I kind of turn around and point to the signs. We're moving into their territory.
And I can't enter for some reason?
Apparently not.
Why?
A better question, why aren't any of us having that problem?
Didn't you mention earlier there was something about your family saying you can't be here?
My mother just glossed over at one time, mentioned that for some reason none of us ever go here.
I kind of gesture like, there you go.
But what could have happened that would do this? I doubt.
Pridwin, you notice something as you're saying this. Your sister has been standing in the background watching you, and there's a look of fear on her face. It's like she can feel it. Like she can't bring herself to hit that wall like you did.
You can't either, can you?
She kind of realizes you're speaking to her and looks over at you. Her eyes wide.
Minerva, you can't cross the border either, can you?
I don't know. I kinda don't want to try.
Maybe it's not worth trying. I
We
just
can't
don't know.
just let them go by themselves, Minerva says. You need to figure out what this is. You can talk to them. I can't.
I can try, but I feel like they would have said something about this if they knew. I'll try to speak to them. I think maybe you should go with me.
Minerva shakes her head. I don't want to know.
Going to be honest, I'm a bit afraid of going in there alone.
Maybe you don't have to, Lunala says, looking at you. You can bring one of them out here, right?
Some of them, yes, I think. I mean, I can't exactly control who I bring out. They just kind of come when they feel like it. But I suppose if one of them knows something, then maybe they will volunteer.
Would
So-
you like to attempt to use your ability?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
A
I'll
D20.
be rolling the
Oh
d6.
god. 18?
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
interesting.
Oh no, who's coming out?
Okay. So,
I don't like that.
Oh no.
from the ground, there's a rumbling. And then the coral begins to emerge from the earth, taking form. I'm going to give you the number that was rolled. And
God.
I'll let you realize what that means.
Oh. Oh shit.
I
Oh,
couldn't have
shit.
rolled a better number, motherfucker.
Oh shit. Okay. I guess I'll send him in then.
New art for y'all.
Oh boy.
As this construct takes form, you guys see
Fucking. Alright, it's going up. Here he is.
this guy. I'll let you describe anything you want to describe about him.
So, as he pulls himself up from the earth, the most notable thing about him is his almost full set of diving gear. Unusual considering that the rhizostomas can breathe underwater, and even more unusual because through the glass of the helmet, you can see this swirling water that sparkles and shimmers in the sunlight. And
Brooklyn, have you ever seen him before?
I don't think he's never summoned him.
I don't think you know. Like, I mean, I'm sure you've seen like a picture in the family history, but I don't think you know him.
No.
Yeah, so the figure kind of staggers forward, using his sword to study himself. He looks around at the group, in the area, and then he turns and he looks at you. The helmet settles on your face.
Bridwin gwints and he says, Romeo?
His head lowers in a nod.
So, you know something about this?
He kind of looks around again, really taking in the landscape. And then he kind of settles on the sign. And then he takes a step back. And he looks at you, and he walks towards you rapidly.
What's happening? Why
He
why
puts
is
his hands on your shoulders and he starts pushing you away.
what? He doesn't resist, but he is like just trying to formulate a sentence.
He shoves you a good couple of yards away from where you were.
What is this? Why can't we go that way?
He glances back at the sign and then he looks at you. And you hear something. Like the sounds of the ocean. Deep underwater, how sound carries you. Can't make it out at first. And then you begin to hear what sounds like a wail. And then the whale's song turns into a scream. And then it turns into multiple screams. And there's this strange crackling sound. And the screams are getting so overwhelming that it hurts your ears. They're coming from everywhere, barraging you on all sides, and then all of a sudden the screams snap to a stop with the words, "Don't go," whispered in a voice you don't recognize. It's female, and it's so desperate. And then it's gone. You look up, and Romeo is still staring at you through his helmet.
I don't have a choice. We need to go. I don't know what happened there, but I can't just walk away from this.
You see him glance back beyond the sign, through the field, where the brother and sister are standing, watching, kind of in horror, I'm not gonna lie. And you get this almost wistful sense coming off of him for just a moment, and then he looks back at you and he takes his hands off of your shoulders. And he steps back.
We are rhizostomas. When people need help, we go.
You take a step past him, towards the sign, and you hear that female voice again. Please.
I'm sorry. But I do not have a choice.
You take another step, and you feel the pain beginning to well up again. Roll me a Constitution save.
Oh boy. Good thing that's one of his best stats. It's not a good thing when he rolls pretty shit. Hang on. So 15, 11, that's a 26.
You go down to a knee. The pain is so strong. You hear that crackling and screaming, but it's barely there. You're not sure if your mind's playing tricks on you or not. You're not sure if you can take another step, and then you feel a hand on your shoulder. And then the hand pushes you forward, more supporting you, not shoving.
I can't leave this alone. My friends need me and people need me. He's going to
take another
try
step.
and keep pushing. Yep.
Constitution save.
Oh my god. That's 13. 28.
You take another step. The pain's strong, but the hand supporting you, it keeps you upright this time. Except you hear a crumbling and a cracking sound from behind you where that hand is.
He looks back to Romeo.
You kind of take another step as you do this, and the closer you get to the border, Romeo begins to shatter. He uses his other hand, supporting you, as one hand completely crumbles into nothing.
I know not what caused this, but I can't just leave this.
He looks at you, and then he tucks his head down a bit and just shoulder shoves you, his shoulder directly into your back, and throws you over the line of the border. And in the process, is completely shattered as he hits the wall that you hit before. And you get to the other side of it, and you realize that it's no longer an overwhelming pain, it's just a dull ache that begins to fade.
He's just trying to control his breathing right now.
Lunala kind of sprints across the border towards you and grabs hold of you, trying to support you. She looks like she is in pain. but it's not as bad.
I think I'm fine.
You don't feel like you are.
Everyone's going to try and pick himself up.
You get up. She supports you. Everyone else is kind of just standing around you, having watched this whole episode.
Because I'm a
Right.
good friend. I let him figure his shit out by himself.
My apologies. He's going to try and continue moving forward.
You find that you can. Like I said, it's just a dull ache now that has faded more to a sense of foreboding than anything, but it's not crippling any longer.
And he's going to look back to where Romeo was and say, I really wish that we could have met on better terms.
For just a moment, you get this spine chill. Kind of like when Apollyon used to show up, but it's this weird sensation of like you're being looked at. And sure, you are by, you know, your party, but there's this sense of being watched by somebody else.
He's
And then it's gone.
just gonna keep moving.
You start walking, and everybody else kind of starts to follow you, and Iskra and Zukar are standing there, and she kind of looks at you and goes, "What the hell was that?"
I needed to have a conversation with my family.
She's just staring at you, dumbfounded.
It's an extremely long story.
One we do not have time for, Zukar says, and starts walking again.
Precisely.
You guys kind of pick up, start going again. Anybody want to say anything while you guys are walking across this field?
Edwin's staying very quiet now.
I got nothing.
So, you guys, there's a large tree in the center of this field. Not really the center. You've come through the fog and you see this tree, and it's enormous. And the roots stretch up before you. The roots themselves are higher than you are. And the two of them don't even stop. They just start walking towards the roots. And there's a twist in these roots, where these roots kind of form like a sort of archway. And Iskra glances back at you guys. Zukar just passes into them and disappears into the darkness inside. Iskra says, "Well, come on."
Italian.
Edwin just looks
Women,
over
children, and Italians first.
Edwin just looks over to Apollyon with a look of concern. Okay.
Iskra is resting her hand on the roots and looking at you all expectantly.
Edwin will step up. What do I...
She rolls her eyes as you say this, puts a hand on your back, and pushes you. And you just are yeeted into the darkness, but it's weird. You're not in darkness. Immediately, you're somewhere else.
What the hell?
You see bright light reflecting off of snow, but you feel a chill of being underground. As you get your bearings, you kind of look up to see this.
What in the world?
What?
Well, come on, she says to
What?
the rest of you. Pridwin's just gone. You don't hear him inside this tunnel with underneath of the tree. Lunala
What?
very quickly follows after. Minerva and Liam do the same. Any objections from the rest of you?
No.
I will add, Solent, you've never heard of this.
The camp.
Neither the camp nor the weird roots.
Oh.
So the rest of you pass into this archway expecting, much like Pridwin, to enter into an underground tunnel, and instead you are greeted with this sight. It is a village in a cave, and through the top of the cave there's a section where the sky is visible above and snow has freshly fallen and is still drifting downwards through this hole. You see smoke rising from the chimneys of houses, and you are immediately freezing as the temperature is severely lower than it was seconds before. Apollyon, I think you're the only one who would recognize what it feels like to go through a portal.
Yes. Is this a pocket dimension?
Iskra, who has followed you guys last through this, looks at you confused.
We just went through a portal.
She giggles a little bit and starts walking.
I don't trust that.
Do you guys keep following them?
Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Erdwin is very confused.
As you should.
So,
All have upgraded since the last time we've met.
yeah,
last time
you,
it was just some
place,
tints.
this place does not look familiar at all. You are so confused. You are very lost. You can't even get your bearings. You have no idea what part of Russia you're in anymore. So as they keep walking, you go by some village houses, and you head towards the big, almost castle-like building that's kind of centered underneath the section of open sky in this cave, mostly covered in snow. And there is a lot of chatter coming from inside. Iskra turns to you and smiles, gesturing to the cavern, and she says, "Welcome to the embrace."
I must admit, this is impressive.
This is, the hunting lodge. She gestures to the castle-like building. Come on. We must take you to, Kavia now. They do not like bringing visitors. Just stay close to us, okay?
Very well.
Zukar didn't even wait, for he just barged into the door and disappeared. She actually holds the door for the rest of you as you guys enter into this massive building, and you walk into, think Horizon Zero Dawn style of hunting lodge. This place is enormous, set up kind of like a tavern, multiple stories, and just trophies everywhere. Different parts of what look like a variety of different animals. A lot of claws, paws, some horns, it looks like. maybe some hooves. It's kind of hard to take it all in. And this place is full. I mean, there are dozens upon dozens of people in here. Iskra leads you guys in a little bit, and people start giving you looks, but not stopping what they're doing. Just kind of in passing, they're very wary of all of you. Iskra leads you up a flight of stairs to the balcony area, kind of overlooking the entirety of the lodge, and she holds up a hand that says, "Wait here, okay?" And she leaves you all, and she approaches a group of people talking near the fire, where her brother is already waiting. And you guys are left standing in this lodge upstairs. What would you guys like to do?
Good question.
Pridwin's just kind of staring at a wall, trying to process everything.
You hear a childlike giggle come from somewhere to you guys' right. And for a minute, Pridwin, it reminds you of someone.
Hmm.
It sounds like Katya.
He, like, does a double take, like, snapping out of his deep thought.
Polyon, you hear it too. You look around, you don't see a redhead anywhere. As a very large looking hunter moves to the side, walking towards the bar to refill his mug, though, you do see a small figure sitting cross-legged on top of one of the tables. She's in full plate armor, and she looks about 9 years old. She giggles again. And this time you can hear the slight difference from Katya's usual laugh.
Pridwin tilts his head.
You look funny.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Not you. She's looking past you at your wife.
Oh. He looks over
Why
to
are
Lunala.
you blue? Lunala turns a little red. As red as she can, more purple, and the child only giggles a little harder.
I'll have you know that we are both blue.
Minerva kind of steps up and goes, "And that makes 3 of us." The girl kind of leans forward on her crossed legs. "Show me."
Yeah, we kind of got the Blue Man crew.
Pridwin He's going to remove his gauntlet to show off his hand.
She looks
He wouldn't take off his helmet here.
She looks it up and down, and then she leans back and kind of kicks her feet and giggles again. She is delighted at this. You're not from around here.
No, we are from very far away.
You sound funny too.
Pridwood just kind of chuckles.
She kind of looks at all of you, looking at Apollyon and his weird self, looking at all of the Rhizostomas, looking at Solon, who is missing an arm. She follows over towards where your sibling guides have disappeared and are now in an argument with somebody. They'll probably be a minute. So what do you want to know? Just know, my information doesn't come for free. She bats her eyelashes at you.
Information. And at what price, might I ask?
I'm sure you'll think of something.
Pridwood starts sifting through his bag.
She has kicked her legs over the side of the table and is swinging her little feet, waiting patiently. What are you gonna try and do?
Well, if it isn't currency you're looking for, perhaps I could do a magic trick?
She tilts her head curiously.
You see, I'm not just blue. I actually glow in the dark.
She leans forward with interest.
Observe. And he will pull one of the chains on his hat and begin to glow.
Her eyes widen really big. You're a warlock, she whispers, and then she looks scared.
That is not what I am. I'm a weapon.
She looks confused now.
I suppose you don't have those around here.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, there is a type of person that is born with the ability to transform into a weapon, such as a sword or crossbow or
Her face
even
lights up. You're like Ivanova is.
Ivanova?
She starts looking around, and then she points to a man standing off in the corner. He has a bow on his back. Not a crossbow, but an actual bow. And it looks strange to you. You can feel an energy radiating off of it.
Fascinating. So, the bow on their back.
Yeah, that's Ivanova. She doesn't like to come out very much.
I see.
She kicks her little feet again.
Fascinating. information. What can you tell us about this place? Well,
You mean the Embrace? Or like the Beastlands?
I suppose both.
Well, this place is called the Embrace, and this place, gesturing around her, is called the Lodge. And this is where we hide out.
It is a very beautiful fortress.
She smiles proudly at this comment.
And what is it exactly that, you hunters do? I presume you hunt down monsters?
She nods.
That is very similar to our occupation. Perdwin kind of gestures to the party. We are monster hunters from an academy called the DWMA.
She wrinkles her nose at this strange string of letters.
It's not. The name isn't particularly important. But they train people like me, and he gestures over to Lunala. People like her to hunt monsters. My specific family mostly specializes in witches, but we fought all manner of creatures.
She listens to you talk about this with interest, still kicking her feet.
You know, we fought werewolves and all manner of undead creatures.
Her face brightens a bit with interest when you say werewolves.
And we even fought a massive sheep demon once.
She does not appear to know what that is. You're not sure if the word sheep confused her or the word demon confused her, but she is confused.
Do you know what a demon is?
She tilts her head, and then she slowly lifts a finger towards Apollyon. Apollyon, you're not
Yes.
sure how she knows this.
I see you are good at guessing.
She slowly shakes her head no.
What?
I think we can sense that you're a demon,
She slowly
Oh.
nods.
Fuck.
just like Katya could.
Yes.
So, you can sense souls then?
She looks a little confused at this concept.
When you look at me, do you see anything that other people can't?
I don't know. I don't know what other people see.
How do I describe it? It is like an orb with a kind of energy around it.
You look blue, she says.
Yes, I am quite blue.
She moves her hand around you. And then she says, blue.
He looks over to where she's pointing.
She has just moved her hand in an outline around you. She turns a bit and does the same thing towards Apollyon. Red. tilts her head a bit, as if she can't decide. She looks to Lunala. She moves her hand in an outline around Lunala, waving her fingers ethereally. Purple. She looks back at you.
Fascinating. I've only met a handful of people who can do that.
She smiles as if this is something she can be proud of for once.
And the goat demon, or the sheep demon, it was, well, a sheep. Do you know what a sheep is?
She shakes her head no.
It is like, how many animals have you seen?
She starts counting on her fingers without saying anything.
If you've ever seen a goat before,
She nods.
they are like goats, but instead of being sort of, shaggy with a beard, they are more round and fluffy. Rather cute. The demon, however, was not cute at all. And he was like a large skeletal monster with this lantern. And he
You hear
tried...
Pidge grumbling behind you about the lantern.
And, well, we broke the lantern, and very bad things happened. But we managed to take him down in the end.
The pink-haired one sort of, and then...
Oh god, your voice cut out again.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't... Mike, why don't it work? I'm putting it in my mouth now.
God.
I just ate.
God.
Anyway. Just ignore what I'm saying.
No, I want to hear what you're saying.
Well,
You should probably
Let's
say
have a look.
something because I need to go real quick.
Oh god.
fuck. God damn it. Okay. I don't know. Apollyon doesn't remember.
That's fair. Apollyon probably wouldn't remember it.
Well, I got nothing to say, so we could probably just put a quick gets back.
Till Brid gets back.
Yeah. I've been. What is it? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to figure out what kind of design I want to have for Apollyon True, because I've gone through several at this point, and I of course there's the one in his armor, which I'm keeping, but and then him without his armor, I don't know what to do with it, so I'm drawing multiple of him.
I mean, fair enough. You'll find one that you settle
Yeah.
on that you like.
Yeah. I'm drawing one. God, I wish my mic wanted to work today.
I mean, it sounds fine right now.
That's because it's in my mouth.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. I wonder
Maybe,
if I can...
have you looked at the sensitivity in your sound settings?
I was just about to do that. Okay. Yeah, I got no idea. Yeah. You there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
God, I wish I knew how to help.
You're all good. We'll actually be back in just a minute, so I guess we can take like a short, like 2 minute.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Liam is still
Yes.
not back yet.
All right.
One day he shall return.
Yep. My laptop.
Oh, you know what? Something we can
Alright,
do
I'm
while
back.
we're waiting. Oh God, there he is.
Oh shit.
Too late.
All right.
Too late.
Well, what were we gonna
Fucking
what were we gonna say
minds.
anyway? I want to know.
Nope, no,
I do
Yes.
want to know.
You really want to know?
Yeah,
I do. I want to know.
You want to know?
I really
I'm down
want
to
to
know.
Apollyon,
Yeah.
you're standing there and Pridwin's having this conversation with this girl. When you feel this weird, ethereal pulling on your body again.
Oh fuck.
And
Oh,
then
no.
all of the sudden, you are yeeted into a portal.
God fucking damn it.
no.
You just hear Apollyon shout this, and you turn to look at him, and he's just gone.
Uh-oh.
The girl looks very confused.
The demon
He
does that
does-
sometimes.
He does that sometimes. He just, he has a friend that calls him over.
She squints at you. Lunala just nods in agreement. I know. It's weird. The girl giggles
It
a little
is. It is very weird. And the last time he disappeared, he came back covered in ash and smoke.
That makes sense if you went to hell, right? It's supposed to be on fire, isn't it?
Well, he didn't go to the hell, but from the looks of it, it was definitely close.
She looks like she's about to say something. And then you hear a slam on one of the tables behind you. The murmuring has died down immediately. You and Lunala and the others, you turn to look over the edge of the balcony down to the main floor. Everybody is looking at a table off against the far wall. There's a woman who has slammed a hand down on the center of the table. Her fingers begin to dig into the wood, except they're not fingers anymore. They start to look like claws. You hear several people say, "Oh shit." Apollyon, it's about this time that you phase back into existence, because you were gone for maybe 15 seconds on the last one.
Oh god, what the fuck? What is going on here?
He's also very, very disoriented.
Yeah, so you stagger back into silence. Just dead silence, and everybody is staring at something.
What
You're
the fuck
trying
did
to
I miss?
piece together what you saw in the last 15 seconds. You're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on here. You can feel the tension. It is so thick in this room you could cut it with a knife.
Oh. Somebody care to explain what the fuck is happening?
What's going on?
You see that the little girl, whose name you still haven't asked yet, she is ghostly white. Her eyes wide, and a tremor of fear runs through her. You see somebody cautiously approaching the woman. Zlata, easy girl. And slowly, as the person reaches to put a hand on the woman's shoulder, she turns in a snap, her claws slashing across his chest. And before anybody can react, she has leapt onto the next closest woman and begins to maul her. It becomes chaos in the room immediately. People are reaching for their crossbows and their weapons. There's shouting. There is absolute madness. What would you like to do?
Oh shit.
Honestly, this looks like not my problem. This is very much seeming like a not my problem kind of thing. But you can make it yours if you
Liam's nodding, standing next to you with his arms crossed.
Everyone's
want.
immediately taking Lunala's hand and
Lunala
transforming.
takes your hand. There's a flash as you guys transform, and Lunala leaps over the edge of the balcony, lands on the ground, almost light as a feather, but you can feel the power in her stance as she takes a few steps forward, preparing herself as the chaos moves around her, and then all of a sudden, it stops. That awful tearing sound of this woman mauling this person. It stops, and the woman looks around. And then she scrambles backwards, her eyes wide. She looks down at her hands in terror. Her back hits the wall, and she slides down and begins to ball up. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, I swear. You hear another voice coming through the crowd as this woman begins to walk down the stairs from the balcony. How long? The woman is stammering, gripping at her hair with her claws. How long have you been bitten? Show me. The woman approaches, and she has such a strong, commanding presence. The poor girl cowers before her and slowly reaches up to the collar of her shirt and pulls it back to reveal what look like maybe days, maybe weeks old impressions along her skin. Impressions from teeth. You hear murmurs and whispers from around them. Shit. Do you watch or do you do anything?
What? Lycanthropy?
hear Iskra's voice from beside you. She has a grave look on her face, and she's holding her crossbow.
What is it?
All at once, you hear this. It's like a whispering sound, kind of like wind through the leaves that begins to fill the lodge, and you realize that it's multiple people making a shh sound. But the longer that you hear that shushing, it begins to form this odd sort of lilting chant. Hearing it, the woman with the beast claws begins to panic. She begins to beg and plead as the warriors wall her in, their weapons pointed towards her. And they begin to herd her toward the doors you came in through. You hear her shrieking, "Please, you don't know what they'll do to me! You can't do this to me! I can control it! Honest, I can! Just let me show you! It was just one little slip-up! Please! I'm begging you!" Nobody seems to be listening to her. Do you follow them outside?
Apollyon does.
Yeah, I think Pridwin will watch.
They, pointing the tips of their weapons, their crossbows, their swords, they push her further and further toward another section of what looks like a root archway. A different one than one that you entered through. The woman is begging and pleading, and that woman with the red and silver armor from before is standing at the front now. And she looks gravely down at the woman turning. She says, "May they bring you peace." And before you realize what is happening, she swiftly plants her foot onto the woman's shoulder and hurls her backwards. She almost does a backflip through these roots and just disappears.
What on earth?
There's this kind of
I'm not even-
somber
Oh.
silence that falls over the group, and then immediately the woman turns and rushes back into the tavern.
I won't
Oh.
even begin to understand what I just witnessed.
Ridwin, you hear Lunala say through the doorway.
Yes?
You follow after the woman who's running, and you run back in to find your wife standing with a group of people who are huddling around the woman from before. The one who is being mauled.
Oh dear.
There's blood ripped through all of her clothing. There are tears in her throat and her shoulder. She's coughing violently.
Immediately he's going to get to work.
As you walk toward her, Iskra grabs your arm hard.
He looks over. I need to help her.
She shakes her head no.
Why not? She's dying.
She's already dead, Iskra says gravely to you. The woman is coughing, and she's whispering something. The one in the silver armor with the red adornments has knelt down and is cradling her. Roll perception to see if you can tell what she's trying to say.
19?
You hear her whispering. Don't, Kavya, don't let me turn into one of Iskra's giving you a grave look. What do you want to do?
I'm trying to think of what he even can do. I mean, doesn't know what this is.
Nope.
Doesn't have anything that he knows could help. He can't heal her.
I mean, you could. But is that wise?
I mean, she's actively saying she doesn't want help, so no.
Apollyon, you're also watching this. Do you want to do anything?
Is there anything he even can do?
Not necessarily. I'm just curious to see if you'll react.
He will just stay silent. Give the soon-to-be dead their final moments of peace.
You see, the woman who was so strong seconds before, commanding, protecting her people from the threat imminent, her hand starts to shake as she's confronted with what this girl is asking her to do. I'm not one of them, she says to the girl. I can't. You keep hearing this them that carries a weight with it. It almost sends a chill down your spine every time it's mentioned. As though the very mention of whatever it is damned.
What could you guys be referring to exactly?
Who are you saying this to? Iskra?
Yeah.
She looks up at you gravely. I can't. I can't. You can't say the name. You might summon them.
Very well then.
She's shaking at the very mention of them. The terror, you can almost feed off of it. It's so strong. Finally,
I
you
think-
see... Oh, go ahead.
He was just saying to himself that he thinks he knows who, to.
You see the brother, Zolkar, from before. He steps forward and he says, "Back off, Kavya. I'll take care of it." Kavya doesn't even argue with him. She gets up. Zolkar scoops this girl up off of the ground into his arms. He, without a single word, turns and walks out the door. and everybody is left in this grave silence before they just start picking the room up and go back to chattering, almost like nothing ever happened. You can still sense that sort of somberness hanging, but they're trying to ignore it. Even turning back to the little girl, you see that she seems almost desensitized to this.
Does this happen frequently?
Are you saying it to the girl? Or to Iskra?
Iskra?
Iskra sighs and looks at you. She nods. You hear the little girl nearby whispering something. Not necessarily to you, but definitely about you.
Oh?
That's what's waiting for us out there. It'll happen to you too, when you least expect it. It always does. And then she turns around, she walks back to her table, crawls up onto it, crosses her legs, goes back to staring off into the distance like she was when you first walked in.
What happened to that woman? Did it seem similar to the symptoms that were described in the document we were given?
In which document?
The the squirrel paper.
No. Well, no, definitely not.
Mm. Okay, so this is something different.
I mean, hold on. Let me double check what exactly.
Because I know it described a berserk rage
Okay,
and also mutations.
If you're asking about Zlata, then yes, it does sound like what was in the paper.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Then yeah, it sounds like what was in the first paragraph.
He kind of just speaks to Apollyon and says, I believe that is the disease that we've been warned about.
Yes, indeed.
It looks like lycanthropy.
That disease is a hell of a thing.
What do you know about it? If you obtained any information about it from that moment of getting ripped away.
Not a moment ago, but the things that the squirrels were fighting, they were fighting a disease that, did exactly as it says in the paper. It's ruthless. Turn somebody into something else.
There has to be some way to fix this.
As you guys are saying this, Kavya begins to approach you. She seems to have regained her leader-like composure. You.
Yes?
This conversation is a formality. Zukar and Iska were out of line for bringing you here. So, you will promptly be sent back afterward.
Very well.
You hear Solon grumbling in the background, of fucking course. What do you want? Why are you here?
We are. Apologies. My name is Pridwin rhizostoma.
She stops.
You appear to recognize that name.
I do.
I do not know what happened in the past.
You should not be here. Perhaps it is for the best that you do not know.
Unfortunately, I cannot simply leave this be. We are here on behalf of the DWMA.
She doesn't seem to recognize
You, all you need to know about it is that our purpose is to ensure the safety of humanity, similar to yours. We are here because of, well, the entirety of Russia completely lost contact with the outside world, and we were here to investigate it. We're beginning to put the pieces together, but, well, we need all the information we can obtain.
She doesn't say anything. She's simply listening to you. Studying you.
Furthermore, we have managed to gain information on who might be behind this, and our intent is to try to stop them.
She's still listening.
So, I know that your organization is not keen on trying to help us, and I do not expect you to give us anything, but whatever information we could glean would be extremely helpful.
Information is not given to outsiders. However, were you to impress the lodge, I may be able to swing some sort of acceptance among the rest of the Akatsuki.
You need us to prove our worth.
Quite so.
Very well.
Normally I would not allow this, but since I know that you oppose those who we oppose, I will consider making an exception.
Very well. Then what is it that we need to do?
And you will have to earn something, of course. That is what we are known for. Speak to Zukar or Iskra if you want information. I'm sure they can point you in some direction. As your sponsor, I cannot direct you myself.
I see. Very well. Then we hope to return with a suitable tribute.
She turns and she walks back up the balcony stairs towards where she was. You hear Minerva under her breath towards you saying, I don't know about this, Pridwin.
I fear this is the only lead that we have.
I mean, is it? I mean, what if we're picking the wrong side here? I can't explain it, but I just have a bad feeling about this place. Solon under his breath goes, that makes two of us.
I suppose that makes three. Perhaps we should explore our other avenues before taking sides, but well, at least we know that what they want from us is to hunt a beast. Although, considering their elitist nature, I would not be surprised if that's simply a way to get us to throw ourselves in harm's way.
You do see Iskra is kind of standing off to the side, looking at the place where the girl was mauled a few minutes before, that is quickly being cleaned up. And you see the little girl is sitting on the table kind of nearby. Would you like to talk to either of them before you guys get yeeted out
Should
of the
probably
embrace?
should probably have a quick conversation.
Yeah.
He will approach Iskra and say, "So, I've been told that I should speak with you about how to go about earning an audience."
Did she tell you to hunt something?
Yes, she told us to hunt something.
She rolls her eyes. Oh, she does that with everyone.
And might I ask what exactly we should be looking for, where we could be looking for it?
She cringes a little bit. Well, if you really want to impress Kavya, then taking down a member of one of the 9 houses would suffice. Kavya would be most impressed, and it would prove you're an ally to the cause. If you want something a little more simple, I've heard of a few fearsome creatures outside the Beastlands that we cannot hunt ourselves. If you went out and killed something and brought a trophy back, that might work. You mentioned something about a bug, right?
Yes.
Maybe that would impress? I don't really know.
Well, we have options, I suppose. And from what I understand, your lot is particularly unfriendly with the houses.
She makes a face at you, like a really? Look.
Well, I simply want to know what the particular reasoning is. I'm very much not from here, so I know little to nothing about them.
Her eyes flicker towards Kavya, and then look back to you, and she slowly just shakes her head no. She presses her lips together tight.
I see. Speaking about them is what they were referring to.
No, it's not like that. We don't talk to outsiders.
Right.
She
No
seems
information.
kind of upset by this.
I understand. I don't hold it against you. Well, I suppose if we need to earn this, then that is what we'll try to do. I
Yeah.
suppose.
Let me escort you out.
Very well.
She glances in Kavia's direction, who eyes her speculatively and then turns herself back to what she was doing. Iskra kind of hurries out the door of the lodge.
Fredwin will follow.
The little girl looks after you guys for a moment as you walk out.
He'll wave to her.
She gives you a kind of wistful look, like she's looking at something she's never gonna see again. You guys walk outside, and Iskra begins walking you back through the village toward the routes that you came through the first time. She places a hand on the roots and gestures toward them.
Thank you. Fredwin will head towards the roots.
You walk through them, and once again, 1 second you're stepping through the roots like you're taking a step through a doorway, and you're back in the field. The fog even thicker than it was before. The village is before you in the distance. The others begin to emerge with you. And finally, Iskra, last of all. She looks at you. I will wait for you in the village. I'll check every few days, but you understand if I do not get my hopes up.
I understand. We'll try to meet back up with you as soon as we possibly can.
As she turns back, you see her fingers tighten on the roots for a moment. And then she turns back to you quickly and she whispers, "If you see the nameless, do not interact with them."
Very well.
I presume we'll know them when we see them.
She covers her mouth quickly. She slowly starts to back into the roots. They never show their faces. Ever. And she disappears.
Well, I can see why you were hesitant, Minerva. I don't trust them.
Thank God! Solon shouts as he starts walking toward the village.
I don't know. I was kind of looking forward to hunting. I haven't done that about 100 years.
That is something that we can still do. I think getting information from them would be ideal. However, I think targeting members of the houses would be a very bad move.
That is fair enough.
I know with almost complete certainty that they're not the ones behind this, which means they could be potential allies, at least some of them.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, I would prefer to be not trying to fight 9 separate kingdoms on top of a witch who is being backed by a human organization.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, also, I would like Apollyon to process what happened during his experience.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And also because I kind of forgot what went down.
So, you were pulled into a hallway. Bright, white, painful fluorescent lights. Goru was standing at you, frantically talking. And it took you a minute to try and get your bearings, so all you got was Goru gesturing towards this doorway in front of you, which is locked, but there was a nameplate on the doorway, which had a name on it. I can't remember how to spell her name fully, so I've got to pull it up. But it is Solon's sister.
Oh shit.
His older sister. And underneath of that name, in parentheses, you see the word immune. Goru is frantically telling you, I don't know what's happening here, but this person is immune. I don't know what to do with that. And it's literally you get that much, and then you're pulled back. Did Goru give him something? I don't think Goru gave him anything. I think it was just Goru pointing frantically at the doorway. Oh,
yeah,
and
I don't
he
remember.
told you that the message that was sent to you guys, the SOS, it was not from your squirrels or the Academy members. It was a fake to lure you here. That was the other thing he said.
Oh fuck. Yeah, it's around this time because Apollyon has had to process so much shit in the last fight. That he sort of just reels backwards with a headache.
Yeah, so
Are
you
you-
see this?
Are you alright, Apollyon?
Remember that last trip I took?
Yes, you were only gone for a few minutes.
We're not supposed to be here.
I mean, I've already gotten that inclination.
Well, I mean that we were lured here, which we could have already guessed, but it wasn't our squirrels that sent that SOS.
I'm sorry, what?
The squirrels or any of our allies had. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Am I cutting out?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Only
But
like
yeah,
once.
the squirrels did not send out the SOS, and neither did any of our allies.
We've been
Tricked.
tricked. And here I thought that the squirrels would have been a foolproof plan.
Wait. Minerva whispers this, turning slowly. They didn't call us here. They called her. Everyone
Pidge.
slowly turns to look at Pidge.
And I think
Why
I know
would-
precisely why.
Oh fuck! It's the book, isn't it?
The book, both of the books, and also both of the weapons. And I'm pretty sure Pidge brought all of them.
This is why I said we should bring it to death.
If only we had the time.
Indeed.
Although, quite frankly, even here, I believe that that information is safest with us.
So,
Well, what's the plan?
Well,
what is the plan?
we have a few things that we need to do now. We need to hunt some creature in order to curry favor with the hunters. We need to figure out exactly what. Well, I need to figure out exactly what happened involving my family. And we also need to try to make contact with some of the houses. As unenthused as Dolan likely is
Yeah,
about that.
Solon immediately starts objecting to this.
We know of at least one of them that is not directly hostile with us
Yet.
yet. And that means that we could at least try to make contact with them.
Wait a second.
What
There's...
is.
Other than us being lured out here, I think it was more than just Pidge. Think about it. We have Lou Nala with us. We are in the middle of the place where the so-called Wolf of Moscow resides, though not in Moscow yet. And last night, I was contacted by someone.
You were contacted by someone.
Cassie. Or Cassiel to you, I suppose.
The Blood Witch.
Yes.
She contacted you.
Ferdwin, this is
She-
kind of crazy to you considering she is like thousands of years old if she's still alive.
The ancient Blood Witch that we said we're probably never going to meet was most likely dead. She spoke to you, and you did bring this up?
Well, to be fair, I hadn't spoken to her in, well, about, I want to say, around 100 years, and it brought back bad memories, and I didn't want to, focus on that.
You know what? That's fair enough. But what
And,
did she?
well,
What did she say?
nothing of extreme importance. She just, well, she recognized me.
Even
I
in this state, Lunala says, gesturing at you awkwardly.
Yes, indeed.
Weird.
Well, not that different from the way I used to be. Less powerful.
I always wondered what you looked like before you turned into this.
Right. Maybe one day we can dive into my old head.
I'm afraid to do that.
What was that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure that is something that we will never do.
Well, good. Because I don't think you want to go in there.
I am curious, but also I don't know what trying to brain dive a demon would do. I mean, we already brain dived half of a demon, kind of. Well, actually, we've brain dived 2. Oh god.
Yeah.
It might actually not be that bad, all things considered.
Yes, but, you'll find a lot surprising, even to me.
Fair enough.
It's been a long, well, over 1,000 years, but the last 20 years have definitely been the craziest.
I suppose for a king of hell, they would be. Well, I think I'm going to probably try and talk with my family at some point.
It's a good
And
idea.
Try to piece this all together.
Mm-hmm. It's a hell of a mess we've gotten ourselves into.
Indeed. But, well, we're going to have to figure it out. And we've survived some pretty horrible things, so I think we can manage.
Better hope so. I just need to figure out where the hell Cassie is.
Certainly would make things a lot easier having the help of someone that powerful. Or at
If she
least,
decides to, but let's just say she may or may not owe me one. I mean, she probably doesn't, but I don't know that.
well, I'm sure we'll find out eventually if we are going to run into her.
Mhm.
At the very least, we could try and get some information.
Yes. No wonder what she's been up to these last 25 years. If she was here in Russia, well, she has a lot of fucking explaining to do.
Indeed.
So,
Alright, well,
is
where
there
to now?
anything else you guys would like to do before I call it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, all of you standing here in this creepy field by yourselves
Mhm.
at the edge of the Beastlands, you get this kind of foreboding sense thinking back on everything you just learned in the last little 15 seconds of your teleport. And the realization of hearing Cassie's voice and the memories that came with it. With the Akatna key, with the 9 houses, with whatever this mysterious illness is, you get the feeling that whatever this problem is, it just got a whole lot bigger. And that's where I'm gonna call it.
Oh
Alright.
man. Holy shit.